Perfect timing there. Event popped up as well in the Discord. As far as I can see. Hello everyone. Welcome back to Satisfactory with me. We'll be doing more train shenanigans today. Aha. Aha. We've already done a lot. Right. I am going to bring up my Google Drive where I have the resource planning for Mournrock. So what do we need to bring in? We need to bring in let's open here and add to our notes. What would that be? Let's actually do the math here first. 2,300 minus 960, 1,340. Okay. 1,340 or is one of the things that we need to bring in. And then we need to bring in 800 Ethereum ore. We need to bring in 1,300 raw quartz. And I spelled for a second. There we go. And then we need 900 coal. And we need to bring in 300 sulfur. That is the goal for today. Boo-ba-doo-doo-doo-doo. Hello BGM, nice to watch you live. Thank you. Welcome to the stream. I am very much in a lull today. I have been up since 4:30 this morning. So I've been up for a while, but I'm looking forward to this. And we should have no problem with some of this stuff. Each of these sticks is a coal node. So that's not a problem. That's an impure copper node. How much copper would that net us? And let's grab 4 AM waking up normal for me? Yeah, it's not normal for me. I'm a walking corpse. Normally I get up around like 8, 9 in the morning. Let's see, and if I max you out, that's 150. And that would bring us... So if I were to first of all make sure that I bring power here. 8, lol. Yeah, 8 is the normal waking hours. My alarm is normally like 8. Then let's see if we can make this look somewhat decent. I don't think we need a train for this one. Alright, so... No, but I'm awake. Like, I'm looking at stuff, like I'm looking up analytics and stuff. I'm still in bed, but I'm using the analytics app on my phone to check how videos have been going and stuff. So I might not be up, but I'm not necessarily just lounging away the day. Sometimes I am, of course. It's my favorite activity. It depends a little bit on how I slept, right? Now I had to get up because we had laundry and stuff. So I'm just trying to make sure that a train can clear this. Which it can. And if I zoop this, would it be this, or is it gonna go down a little bit? It's gonna go down a little bit. Alright, I need you to go up one more. Boom, boom. 2 up. Because that means I can add one of these, because that's a 2-meter incline. Yeah, you're watching Stargate Atlantis for the umpteenth time. Don't know. Empress is a Stargate Atlantis connoisseur. Let's see here. If we go straight mode. Always, yes. And then we reverse that. Boop-a-doop. How are you doing, BG? It takes me a little while to really get into it, and I basically tend to be as energetic and active as chat is. Otherwise, I am a lot more chill and just doing my thing. So, just chilling here till we start getting people in chatting. Maybe I can do this, make it look a little bit more supported here. There. I think that looks better. And then let's just add this. I'm getting so many tickets just from the what's it called? Doing well. I'm the one who always watches every video you produce and comments from time to time. BJ never surrenders whole. Ah, nice. What is the name? Like, I have a... Yeah, from time to time. Yeah, if I remember correctly, when I read your username, it says BJ never settle. which just sounds very like a very funny innuendo. There we go. So that's one more. Meaning... That's the wrong. 1,340 minus 150. We need another 1190. Yes, you're correct. Yes. Which is just like best innuendo. Like I read that the first time and I was like, hey, honey, come watch this. Because I am very mature. There we go. I have more iron here. These are all pure nodes. Same, retired here. Nice. What are you retired from, if I may ask? I might have asked before and forgotten. So I'm always curious. There's so many cool jobs out there, cool careers. I'm missing portable miners. I have finally run out of portable miners. Oh my god, that was a while ago. Alright. Equipment workshop. So let's just handcraft a few new ones. Just raised family, no real career. Did work for a time, but kids were my choice. Family means everything. Nice. That's a cool choice. I find it refreshing for people to be confident about it. Hello, Daniel. What's up? Welcome to chat. I'm doing fine. It's Friday evening. How are you doing? Let's see. That should be enough. I think that's enough. I'm just gonna pop those in here. My stream is doing fine. We have just started, but so far we have 5 viewers and we have a little bit of activity over on YouTube chat. So we're having fun. So, are you just finishing a stream or prepping to start streaming? With a name like Danel_VTuber, I'm assuming that you are also a streamer. But yeah, like I said before to BJM, that it's really cool that like when you have a confidence in what you're doing, like when you know that's the thing for you, that's always cool. Like there's been was a long time where I was just like, I don't really know what I'm doing. Took a long time for me to figure out that doing this was something that I really had a knack for. I've always been really good at associating things, so taking real life experience and turning that into game knowledge was what just meh. I've been streaming since late November, but I've been making YouTube videos since April last year, so we are coming up on the 1st anniversary of my YouTube channel. essentially, which is really cool. And basically been making Satisfactory content. Lots of tips and tricks, little bit of let's play. We're playing some Dyson Sphere program here and there. Yeah, having fun. So generally streaming has been a thing since September, or I've been wanting to do since September to sorry, multi-streaming since November. I've been streaming since September. I've been streaming then because I wanted to get closer to the community that has been building up around my content. I've been having fun with that. Let's see if we can get this somewhat lined up. Boom. And let's go like so. Is that good? I think that's good. And then we lift you up. There we go. New is, I don't think it's the correct term. I've been working with marketing and communications for like 9 years before and stuff, and it's been like partly like live streaming and stuff like that for our clients, or helping them set up their stuff. Let's see if I can get you across here. There, and then we do this. So I've been doing a lot, I just haven't been doing it for myself. I'm basically waiting with that. I'm being very, very conscious about it. And like I can tell that this is going towards a plug direction. And while I appreciate your hustle, I will be using people that I'm already comfortable with, that are close personal friends that I have been using before. So I won't be going outsourcing for that. I'll be going to my peeps for it. So I don't I won't take up offers from people. Just a heads up. I think it's fine. Like there's no need. Like you are like I'm sure that it is good if you've been doing it for 4 or 5 years. You're like I'm sure you are extremely good at what you're doing. I am just not an interested customer. I am not the potential customer you think I am. Just a heads up. Let's see. And then we do that. I do have Discord. It's down below. All my everything is down below. I just want to make sure that you are aware. I won't be accepting friend requests. I won't be like buying art from you. You are welcome to join the Discord. long as you follow the rules of that Discord. That's all I can say. I mean, I'd say that's pretty nice and neat considering it's underground. Let me see. My Discord username is publicly available on the Discord that you can find in my info down below. But once again, I will not be accepting any friend requests. I will not be responding to any person like DMs. I won't be buying any of your products. I won't be buying your services. I'm gonna be belting a little bit with what's close by. Like you can see there's like a couple of miners there, and I'm gonna be basically bringing in the material and like collecting up the iron here specifically and bringing that over here as well. Yeah, like for me it has to do with my world building. Basically think like mega corporation is coming in to build shit here, right? And the way that they are going about it is that everything that is like the city is nice and neat and tidy, and everything is in nice straight lines and wow and like all that kind of stuff. And then like the people working on the floor that has to set up this stuff, they are basically just going like, it works. So you will see that on like all the cities I'm building, especially in the fourth, like phase 4 city. But if we take a look over, we're gonna take a little bit of flyover to Clearhaven, the first city that I built. It's essentially just like, it works, right? So it's very much like the RCE method, like all engineering, no architecture. And then the higher ups are like, yeah, but the streets needs to be clean, blah blah blah, like all that kind of stuff. That's the world building aspect of it, the storytelling aspect, right? So when you're looking at the city here up top, like it looks very nice, very clean, all that kind of stuff. Essentially, like there's cars moving around and everything, and not everything is finished building here, right? But you can see it's very nice, very clean, neat lines and everything. And then you look on the ground where the engineers are bringing in the resources for the factories, right? Where they're just like, yeah, they don't care, they're never gonna see this. Yeah, exactly. And like that's kind of the point with them, to create that little bit of like layer. It works but not sophisticated. Yeah, exactly. And then at the same time you're like, wow, oh, beautiful road, yeah, very nice. And then you go down and you look at the logistics where the engineers are working to put in the belts. Like you look at this stuff and you're like, ouchie. Like the engineers can go like, yeah, I know exactly how this works. But is it the cleanest thing? You're still learning a lot in the game. Nice. Have you been playing long, or like, because I'm like close to 2,000 hours and I'm still learning a lot in the game. So I think that statement is accurate for anyone playing the game. Your logistics are a lot worse. And the thing is, my logistics, Danelle, I will be clear, I will not be accepting friend requests. Like, hear my words. Not accepting friend request. And if you can't accept that, I will just make sure that you can't talk to me at all. You started
1.0
playing a month before 1.0 came out. Alright. My logistics are a lot worse. And the thing is, my logistics, I basically started playing and finished the game in update 7. Or beginning of update 8, I don't remember. And then I started making videos April, before 1.0 came out. And I've been making videos and pushing, and really the 1.0 really made the channel. Like, I hit 1,000 subscribers on YouTube in October after the release of 1.0. So I've been helping out people specifically that started playing around the time you started playing. I've been helping you guys since then. But yeah, there's a lot of like, you can see it here. Like, there's a lot of like, everything is clean, everything is neat, right? And a style choice. Yeah, saw you on YouTube first, didn't even know you had a Twitch. Yeah, I'm basically multi-streaming. Like, I'm not monetized on Twitch, so I'm not putting a lot of effort into that. Not yet. When I hit the affiliate thing, I can add in interactivity. A lot of that is locked behind becoming affiliate, when you can add in channel points for like voting and stuff like that. So I'm basically just chilling a little bit with Twitch, making sure that it's there. You just hit the follower goal. Boom, I did. Nice. And I actually have 9 people watching. That's cool. I have 5 people on YouTube and 4 people on Twitch. That is really cool. I am really happy with that. I just hit 70. That is nice. Mwah. Magnifique. Love you guys for it. It is insane. Like, anytime the number goes up, like, that's what this game is too, right? I get so happy. Number go up, I get happy. So, can you smash that bot, Empress, if you are so kind? But yeah, like, I'm basically streaming because I want to be able to hang out with you guys and answer, like, some people have questions about how I've done certain things or how I think about certain things, and they want, or some people literally just want like inspiration for visuals. They're like, hey, how do I build something in the style of Star Wars or Halo, or how do I build something, like, how do I make a nice looking monorail, how can I do XYZ? And I show them, like, and I do a little bit of a live workshop with people. So feel free to shout out if you want to learn stuff, if you want to have some. Can I suggest something for Twitch that is very helpful to deal with the bots? I don't want to offer suggestions in a rude way. Go for it. I'm open to anything that makes that a little bit easier. Like, so far it's maybe like 1 or 2 bots per stream. Seribot. What is that? Gonna write it down. Seribot. It's a verified Twitch channel. Okay. It automatically bans bots and gets rid of the messages. Ah, nice. Is it a free tool or is it a paid for tool? Because I'm currently not making enough money to start using paid tools for my streaming and content creation yet. It's free. Cool. I'm definitely gonna be looking into that then. Yeah, like, I think the only tool that we're currently paying for is Canva for making thumbnails. Ah, thank you for subscribing on YouTube, Joshua McCord. If I pronounced your name right. You have to mod the channel like Stream Elements. Yeah, that's no problem. I already have Stream Elements doing stuff. It has other features as well. It was created in response to hate rates. I'm probably going to get hate rates. I'm pretty vocal about my opinions about the gaming industry. And I'm also very critical of both consumers and game developers. So people will definitely not enjoy what I have to say all the time. Let's see. I now want to put you guys Let's put you guys here. Can I be a little bit smart about this? Got a raid on my 2 or 3 live, so I was very happy to learn about Cerebot. Yeah. You a streamer too? Faye? What do you mean, how dare you? Replace you with a bot? It's so that you can watch more Stargate Atlantis undisturbed, Empress. I thought you wanted this. Yeah, but it's just a hobby? Yeah. I mean, fair procedure, yeah. Technically, I haven't gotten to the point where I am making a full-time salary from this. But since I haven't been able to get a like full-time job or a part-time job, I'm basically doing this, like treating this as if it was full-time for now. If that makes sense. Let's see. Haha. And then you. And let's just go like so. And turn you there. Boom. We have a concept. I don't know where you're from, Faye. But here in Sweden, we have the concept of a hobbyverksamhet, or like, what would you call that in English? Hobby business? Hobby operation? Hobby operation. Yeah, that's a good word for it. A hobby operation, where you can, without forming a company or anything like that, actually work with a hobby and make money from it. US in the Midwest, also known as about the center of the country. Yeah, like then you if that's where your family has been since like the settling of like the colonization, then it's very likely that you at least have 1 or 2 relatives associated with Scandinavia. A lot of people from Sweden migrated there. So at the moment I'm kind of in the middle of the drama soup. Super Christian yeehaw country. Kind of, yeah. Let's see, we grab you first. And then we align you with this. Haha. And bring you guys over as well. But my childhood was spent in Washington State on the West Coast, so way more liberal there. Nice. Yeah. I do prefer when people's business isn't making sure that as many people suffer as possible. Make me feel better, you know. Alright. So, while I live here, I'm not one of the normal Christian yeehaw lols. Yeah. Happy to hear. And we have a friend from New Mexico. Been here and visited a couple of times. He's told us stories. Definitely didn't vote for you to do that one. That is good. He won and everyone else lost. Alright, it's not perfect. Oh, I clicked the wrong button. So, not perfect, but better than nothing. And let's see. Yeah, but we have something called here called a hobbyverksamhet, or like a hobby operation, where you can set up and make money from like non-registered business, pretty much, up to a certain amount, and then after that you have to kind of sign up. You have to make a company. Hello there, just want to swing by and say thanks for the logistics guide. That was very informative, even for someone with nearly 2,000 hours. I just stay longer, but I'm busy tonight. Have fun streaming. Thank you so much, Lost in Translation. Thank you so much for dropping in and saying thank you, and thank you so much for watching it. And like, yeah, I've played nearly 2,000 hours, and there are things that I learn every day in this game. It is crazy, and sometimes from the comments that I'm getting on the videos, sometimes from other people's videos, and sometimes from me making mistakes and having to fix them. Mostly from me making mistakes and having to fix them. I make a lot of mistakes. Alright, and then sometimes Empress is nice and indulges me and lets me rant, a little nerd rant about what I'm doing. Let's see. Okay, I need to go up here. Yeah, but I also see you starting to yawn when we start talking about it a little bit. Learning is the most important human trait. I'll try to catch another stream sometime. You are very welcome to do so, Lost in Translation, and I 100% agree with you. It is the greatest ability of mankind, and I think that it also makes it the most important responsibility we have because of it. I have as a concept when I was updating my knowledge in leadership, like from the basic education that I had before to when I was doing like CEO work and like building company together with Empress and stuff. Simon Sinek's start with why, like figuring out why you get out of bed in the morning, figuring out why you are doing what you're doing in general and stuff like that. Is a great way to establish things. And I established my why. I had that established before, I just got better words for it. Is I get out of bed in the morning so that I can inspire people to be better tomorrow than they were today. That is what I do. It's not because you're nerding out, it's because numbers and logic, my brain don't handle that very well. Yeah, which is also actually what made me start thinking about the smart factory concept. So that people who are allergic to math for one or another reason don't have to necessarily do math. Okay, I need to bring you guys a little bit closer. Yeah, and I think a lot of people, because of the life, like the world the way it looks right now, like there is a lot of focus on the US because of what's going on there, right? And like the Ukraine and like all that kind of stuff. But I think a lot of people, since I would say COVID started, there has been a shift to survival mentality. Do whatever to survive, rather than what we had more of before, which was do everything to learn. Everything now is about safety, and everything now is about like feeling safe, creating safe environments, not feeling attacked, offended, discriminated against. Like, all of those things are important. Don't get me wrong, like 100%. But it shifted from a let's be better kind of approach to the whole thing. Let's be better, let's do better, let's inspire each other to do better, to this is survival. And that tends to be a lot more antagonistic. In general, it's a lot more geared towards us and them, and it creates a lot more division. At least, like, that's my observation. Like, this my opinion. Like, I'm not an expert on the subject. Like, I'm an expert at teaching. I'm an expert at leadership. Doesn't make me an expert at the state of the world. Yeah, COVID was rough. Like, for us, for me and Empress, because we were running a company from home, it wasn't so much, oh no, now we can't do anything or whatever. Like, I lost my job because of COVID. But Empress, she was like, oh no, can't go anywhere. Just like I wasn't before. But yeah, it was rough. A lot of people had it very rough during COVID. Let's see. Like that. And then I remove you. And I remove you. And then we add in our fourth. I work for a company that does rental trucks for moving, and we were considered essential workers. And I have a compromised immune system. I wasn't allowed to work from home. I had to go to work through it. Oh, that absolutely sucks. I mean, it made it rough because everyone stopped buying. Yeah. That is true. I'm glad I still have a job, don't get me wrong, but my whole job is doable from home. It's fully logistics and phone calls. Yeah, but for some reason they still go like, yeah, but office. And it's most of the time because of, like, rental prices and stuff like that. Like, they have lease contracts and stuff, so it gets hella expensive to just have an empty office sitting there. And they also have that as a deductible, like, tax deductible expense. So they can't get rid of that deduction. That's probably a very big portion of what saves them from paying taxes every year. It was an eye-opener to see exactly how little management cared about us. Yeah, like, when it comes to work and when it comes to, like, bosses, management, leadership, I am always very critical. And I have had the misfortune of having more or less only absolute garbage bosses throughout my entire work, like, adult work career. I have had, like, 2 good bosses. Empress being one of them. So it absolutely sucks. It's one of the reasons why I actually like studied and got good at leadership. Because I was like, I want to understand what's going wrong in the heads of the people making these choices. So I learned a lot about like business management and how people plan their businesses in a way that they makes them think that it's okay to do what they do. You're a terrible boss towards yourself. Yeah. You're an awesome boss to everyone else. Or direct. No, let's see so I don't miss anything here. The store we work out of would still be able, would have still be open and operating. I work in a back office. Okay. Our direct manager is a star. He's like one of those men who's everyone's dad. If we have a problem, he's who we call. It was the management above him that's kind of the issue. Yeah. That really sucks. That absolutely sucks. Like, don't get me wrong, like, I would love to have a part-time job that could get me through the build-up phase of this YouTube channel. And you did get COVID at one point. Yeah, both me and Empress has had it as well. I think that my ability to manage myself, and me having done that for so long at this point, and now also having managed others, like being the CEO of our company before we like put that to bed. Knocked me on my butt for 2 weeks, but I didn't wind up in the hospital. That's good though. We were also like, we had to do travel. We had to drive. We had to do what was it? Total of like 10 hours of driving in 3 days, something like that. Was not fun. It was definitely not enjoyable. But yeah, like having like studied and learned how to manage people in a healthy way, and applying that and becoming good at it, and then having like those shitty bosses just makes the contrast stronger, I think. So when we hear like the horror stories of like bosses doing XYZ or doing illegal shit or whatever it is, and we're like, how freaking hard is it to literally just be a decent freaking human being and basically just like pause for a second and go, if I take this action, what is the actual result going to be? Not the preconceived, emotionally based result that I think it's going to be. Right? There is this like the guy you said was like everyone's dad kind of thing. Service-minded leadership, where you, instead of leading people, are of service to people so that they can do their job better. It works very well with people who already know how to do their job. Like, we're looking at people who have been in their position, have been in their career for like 5-10 years, who is really like, their routine is really there. Those people, damn, they're rare. They say they do service-minded leadership, but then you actually see what they do, and they're like, no, you're a micromanager. Which is just like, your insecurities are showing. Let's see if we can do this nicely. Something like that. Back to Stargate Atlantis for me. Yeah, go right ahead. So, if I can ask you, Faye, what are you doing in Satisfactory right now? What is your project? How far have you gotten? If you started playing like a month before 1.0, have you managed to finish the game yet? Because I know that people who play by a guide, who like somewhat know what they're doing and are pushing for it, they tend to be able to finish the game in like 150 hours, give or take. And I think there's some... I saw some video with some crazy ass person who did it in like 10 hours. Speed running the game. No, I'm not like trying to finish the game so much as just enjoying playing it. Perfect. Then you and me are the same kind of people. At the moment in phase 3, so where I'm at, like you unlocked oil and stuff, but you haven't gotten to the point where you're making aluminium and that? Or... see, how do I even do that? Okay, I have an idea. Let's just go over here. And I'm about to head to another area and set up compacted coal so I can expand my power. Nice. So you're making turbo fuel, I'm guessing. Or are you just expanding coal power? I always find it's really fascinating to see, like, because I saw some person talking about how he or they like played through the entire game and finished the entire game using only liquid biofuel. The second first I'm just expanding coal power. Nice. Yeah, because I got here and I realized I was like severely lacking power. No. So I made this. Let me see if I can fly over. Let's fly over here. I built this for my phase. My phase 3. Let's add in our fog here. You're still learning the energy steps. Yeah, take that slow, take that at your pace. Like, I've built so many of these at this point. But, yeah. All I can say is when you get to this point and you're like making turbo fuel, if you have turbo fuel, I haven't figured out the next steps as of yet, and I've been learning how the trains work as well. Ah, nice. So just one trick, like write this one down. A normal refinery making turbo fuel is a 1-to-1 ratio with a fully overclocked fuel power generator. Meaning, instead of running a bunch of complex lines that can really mess up your power like your liquid balance, especially with what you are running into the generators. You can just run a 1-to-1 with the fuel you're burning, clock whatever you need, so that you can run one refinery into one generator, and you're gold. Because then you don't have to have that big ass line. Like, you can see these lines here. I've stitched these lines. They looked funny, so I wanted them like this, like shoestring stitched. I have a lot of power shards. Yeah, and they are abundant in 1.0. Like, since we can double them now, that's very nice. That's incredibly helpful. I do love that. But yeah, like, I very much I tend to skip. I've started to skip coal power entirely in some of my like testing saves and stuff like that. And because I love exploring the world, so I basically go out and I find like alien power augmenters. I go and find these guys, the summer sloops, and unlock stuff with the stuff I find from crash sites and lizard doggos. Yeah, so I basically build up so I can have like 4 of these, because that's 40% bonus to each of them, right? So you can see here, 500 static power, that's 2,000 from 4 of them, times 1.4, meaning I don't have to do coal power. Essentially. So that's something that I've been doing. Did the same thing. All the loop was great for early power. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's so cool that you actually have an alternative. Like, I love the refined power mod, because you can skip coal power and add in hydropower, or solar power, or wind power, or it's like something. You can actually pick between different paths. You don't have to do there's one and then the second and then the third, like in a line. Got to around that part and got so much power I didn't know what to do with it. Overclocked everything and still ahead. Yes, I've noticed that as well. Like, if we look at what I'm doing, my consumption is at 29,000. The power boost by itself is covering my entire power need. Like, the 40% power boost to my network is completely covering my power needs. That is nice. Like, it would go up if everything is on, if everything is running at max capacity. Also, welcome to chat, Philip. And yeah, like, if we look here, like, I still have 17 summer sloops, and that is with me. I don't remember, I slooped something. Yeah, I slooped I think it was the last stream, I slooped these guys. Yeah, I put in here, so there's another 6 summer sloops here. And I know that I slooped something else. I think I slooped over here. Just trying to remember. Did I sloop over here? Yeah. Yeah, I slooped this. There's another, like, I have 10 summer sloops here, so I have technically the ability to build 2 more power augmenters. But yeah, like, I just love that I can go like, no, I don't want to build coal power, so I'm gonna go and gather my summer sloops and the advanced parts that I can get from the doggos and the crash sites, and I'm gonna skip coal power. I'm gonna smash down 4 power augmenters that I was able to unlock because I got my exploration itch scratched, and yay, that's it. Now, I added coal power as well, because I knew I was gonna be doing some like dumb stuff with the city and stuff like that. And like I was gonna overproduce certain things. I knew that. So by the time I got to like starting to build phase 3, I was at the edge. I could barely start building. I had to shut things down to be able to continue building. And that meant that when I started building this, I basically went, nope, I have to pause this and go and build a turbo fuel power setup so that I can build all of phase 3 without having to pause and build more power. So right now, like this setup by itself, the plastic rubber setup, or plastic rubber and yeah, all the stuff that I have over here. It's not running at max efficiency, max capacity right now. Let's see, what do you put out? You put out a 120. Let's do this. It should make it a lot easier to actually push everything out. 120, 120, 120, 120, just double checking, 120, 120. Yep, it looks good. I think this one might overclock. Yep, this one. You need to be a Mark III. There. Always good to double check. So that they actually always go out. So that they perfectly, like, merge without stopping. Very nice. Alright. But yeah, like, this entire power setup, I think I calculated it so that it's using like 14,000 megawatts, which was more than I was producing total. Like, it would shut down all of Clearhaven so that this plastic setup could run, plastic rubber setup could run. I was like, let's not. Like, I'd rather not. Essentially. Same thing, I think the lights by themselves, all of these lights, take like 4,000 megawatts. Which is just crazy. So it's quite insane. So I basically just went like, I'm building very big, I need big power. With that said, I wish I could stay longer, but duties at home demand my attention. Thank you for always sharing your knowledge, Jack. Thank you. And I always do my best to inspire a little bit and help out a little bit. Even if it's just showing off like alternatives or like helping figure out a direction for things. But yeah, coal power, the simplicity of it, I like. I've just built it too many times, personally. When you're building your like 600th coal power plant setup, it's like, can I do something new? Please, give me some variety. So I now go for the alien power augmenter setup instead. And then I build coal power like later down the line, when I have more resources and it's easier to just smack down without having to wait or anything. Toodles! Bye! Alright, so here's what I'm thinking. Because this is the limit for where I need to be for the trains to be able to pass under, right? So I could go like taller. I could go here and go to the same height and go over. I'm at your level. I move my coal power to start making that petroleum coke to super optimize steel ingots, alternate recipes, so much work. Are you using the coke steel recipe? It's the same one I'm going to be using in this city. It's partly what I'm going to be doing with the coal and stuff that I'm bringing in. Am I bringing in more iron than I need to? I basically need to do a check so that I'm actually bringing in the correct amount of iron, or like close to. I mean, I can bring in more, that's fine. I will just train it away later. think that's it. And there. There. Boop-a-doop. Like, ultimately, you don't need to play efficiently. You should play in a way that is fun to you. Like, and Let's Build is not in the chat tonight. Or if he is, he's lurking. But essentially, what I have learned about him is that he enjoys detailed building to the point where he spent 80 hours building his first coal power plant in 1.0. Maybe not the first one, like he might have built something before, but like he had started a new world and he spent 80 hours building that coal power plant. It is crazy, but he loved it. And just like over-engineered out the wazoo. There is visual design that is like, It is magical to see. But that's like, it takes that amount of time. I only just managed to get, like, in my opinion, the first perfect cold setup, especially with dealing with the fluid dynamics. Yeah, the fluid dynamics is the fluid dynamics. Like, I don't need to worry so much about the fluid dynamics, but because so many people are coming to me and asking for help with their fluid dynamics, I feel the pain on their behalf. Because like, I have no problem with making my fluid run like 100% efficiently, but so many other people do that it sucks. I just like to... Like, I literally just spent like hundreds of hours figuring out exactly how to make it work, regardless of what it was doing. Like, I could fix any problem. I could make it run. But it took that amount of time to test and troubleshoot and go back and forth. And like the finicky, like, try this, like if I move this section of pipe, if this is a little bit higher, a little bit lower, if I put blah, 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 like... There's a level of precision needed when dealing with the pipe placement because it has some quirks. Partly that. I think the biggest issue that I've run across has been the like the pendulum that happens when you place down like a pipeline. If you do this, I don't know if you've seen this, if you've seen it in one of my videos of me talking about it or anything like that. But if you do this and you're like, yeah, I want a junction over here. Now, what happens is, if you have liquids coming in from here, heading over in this direction, this will cause problems. And it doesn't have to be this, it can be any like placeable, buildable that you can attach to a pipe, like a pipe attachment. Pumps, junctions, valves, whatever it is. And then, like, you have a pipe coming out here, right? Doesn't really matter what you do. This pipe will work. This pipe will not. And the reason for that... Yeah, it's better to, like, remove the pipe and add the pipe back after you place the junction. Yes, or place the junction in first, if possible. And the reason for that is this. This pipe is both calculating the flow rate based on it just being a pipe, and it also having a junction at the same time, and it's like flip-flopping between them, and it can't decide. And it causes like, it can be like a tiny thing. It can be like a 2-3% inefficiency. But if you have a 2-3% inefficiency here, and then on the next 10 junctions, you have a 10% inefficiency at the last pipe. Right? Yeah, it adds up. And even more so, if you have a 1% inefficiency on a Mark 1 pipe, that is 3 cubic meters on a maxed pipe, 300 cubic meters. That's 3 cubic meters of discrepancy. If you have a Mark 2 pipe, that's a 6 cubic meter discrepancy. So that 1% lacking becomes a lot more noticeable, which is why people are going, there's a pipe in the Mark 2 Mark 2 pipe. Mark 2 pipe is fine. But when you have inefficiencies, the inefficiencies become bigger because the base numbers you're working with are twice as big. So generally, that's why I say, like, if you can't get a Mark 2 pipe to work, do what you can to build with Mark 1 pipes. Like, literally split your Mark 2 pipe into 2 Mark 1 pipes and stuff like that. Yeah, I think I saw that video. Pretty sure I learned from your video. Nice. That's good. Yeah, like, it's in my opinion, it's something that fixed my issue after I watched it. You just watched it and it just magically got fixed, or you actually had to do something, because sometimes that happens. Like, people have told me that, like, oh yeah, I had that issue, and then I watched your video, and then I went to fix it, but when I looked at it again, it was working, so... But no, like, for me, I'm just happy if I can help people make it work, despite the glitchiness. Fix the problem in my brain, made me understand, so I went and just redid pipes. Perfect. That is everything that you need. Yeah, now I learned most of everything in my first Let's Play in Update 8, because I made every single mistake I could make when I was building my incredibly nice aluminium loop. Let me tell you, that one sucked. Because I did the water recycling loop for my aluminium, and that sucks, especially when you don't have a one-to-one system. Like, if you're using the base recipe for making aluminium scrap, and you're using the base recipe for making alumina solution, the byproduct water that you get from the scrap is a 1-to-1 ratio with the recipe to make the alumina solution in the first place. So you can just loop that, and it's fine. But I was using an alternate recipe that needed more water for the alumina solution than was needed in the... No, wait. Where that's at some place in this loop, more water was needed than what I was getting back from the byproduct. So I had to loop in new water from water extractors. I think I redid that system and like fiddled around with valves and changed the pipes and moved around things and up and down and like changed over like 3 weeks, 4 weeks. And the best lesson I learned from that was, don't recycle when you're doing aluminium. When you're dealing with the liquids as a byproduct, don't recycle that liquid. Gas, fine. Liquid, no. That's what I learned. Or force it to be a 1-to-1 ratio so you don't have to bring in any other source, so you can keep it as an isolated system. Then it works fine. It's driving me insane. Something is not connected up. Is this not connected up? Yep. There we go. But I also figured it out, and I made it work, and I started understanding, like, okay, this is how you work with like complex liquid like balancing systems. Would love to see how you did your aluminium. Kept having issues with water overflow. Same. Like I made to make sure that I didn't screw things up, I basically deleted the save. However, I have the video, and I'm going to do this, and I'm going to see if I can bring it up and show you. Let's see. Videos. I go and I've been from here. Yep. Here. Think that was it. Yeah. Or is it? Think so. It's one of these videos. Let's check it out. And let's hop on over. Boom. Haha. So this is update 8. Let's see if we can find it. Yeah. Okay, so let's see if we can get some sound. Well,
alright, so I have progressed, but I've also gotten sick, so I haven't been doing...
Yeah, so here's what I was doing. This is the setup. And I had the same problem as you. No matter how I did it.
Doing everything that I could have. So, this is what I've done. I pretty much got this build, got set up, and started doing troubleshooting for it. And did most of the troubleshooting, and then I just started feeling really...
I'm sorry, I'm just pausing quick. I'm surprised how good the sound is. With me using... Like, that's from this mic. Right now, I'm using this mic. And this was a significant upgrade in terms of sound quality. So, I don't know how I made it sound this good.
Really bad, and it turned out that I had been getting sick. So I'm recording this while I'm still sick, and I hope you can probably hear it in my voice. But yeah, I'm going to go through what I've done so far and hope that it helps. So what I've done is a double setup. So instead of finishing all of the alumina solution, which is in these, and then send that off, and then create a new entire like loop where this goes in, I've kind of had to connect them up as a parallel. Sorry. I'll kind of connect them up as a parallel system where the alumina solution goes in, and when it processes in here, you can see that it also makes water. So to make them work, I basically connect up these systems that goes out and feeds into these loops over here, which gives us the water that we need while also stopping this from backing up. It's not working perfectly yet at this point. I still have some troubleshooting to do. Some of these are filling up faster than they are empty.
Yeah, because it wasn't all of them. It was only a few that was actually properly like overflowing. There were 2 lines of 4 machines each that was having this problem. And to this day, I couldn't tell you why exactly those 4, but I had set it up correctly.
Good, which is why you can see that their efficiency is quite low. That efficiency needs to go up. Like if we look here on the belts, it's very blurry, but if we look here, you can see that some of the belts are empty for extended periods of time. They're not supposed to be. It's supposed to look like this, with just that like one tiny gap in between. Like you can see over here, it had that gap, and then it has that gap over here, and then it suddenly works again, and then you have that gap over here. Yeah, that part, it's not supposed to happen, and I need to fix that somehow before we kind of like continue. But yeah, the idea then is like 1 floor down that we make the...
So the way that I fixed that problem, first of all, it is from that build and fixing the problem there that I learned that I need to have fluid buffers as overflow. It is also from this build that I very, very clearly learned it is not worth the pain of that recycling system. If you have a byproduct that produces water, go set up a refinery close to whatever that mixes with water. Like, I would suggest like wet concrete. And you set that up and you just run the water in and you make wet concrete and then you sink that. And then use like clean water extractors, simplify the systems. Like it feels good, it feels cool, like rule of cool, and you feel more competent. Yes, of course, when you are dealing with like more complex systems. However, something that I learned is the rule of cool very quickly fades. That feeling very quickly fades when you have to go back and manually flush the system over and over again. So for me, I am doing simple systems from now on. But I managed to fix that, and I fixed that by basically going in and replacing every single pipe. And then, because the valves were not working properly because they were back in that update, they had a problem. So even if you did this with a valve, even if you did this and placed this in, and you did this, even if I did this and I set that to 75, right? Back in update 8, the valve sometimes went like, yeah, but it's cool if I send like 100, right? No, that's not cool, dude. And then they do that. And it's just that valve. And here's the thing. If you have a pipe system, and you're like, okay, this is obviously not working, I'm going to remove this, and I'm going to replace this. I'm going to place in a new valve, right? I'm going to place in a new one of these, and I'm going to do this. And there, now it should be working, because now I have completely replaced the valve. No, because the problem, the bug, was like, I don't know, cached, saved. I don't know, I'm not a programmer, I have no idea how that works. But it was like saved to the fluid system, like to that pipe network. So if I wanted to get rid of that problem, I needed to remove the entire pipe network, including the machines they ended up in. Like, I would need to tear down the entire thing. And the pipe network, the way that I had made it, consisted of the entire setup. So yay. Or like, actually, not yay. Very much not yay. So every time I place a valve in there, no matter what I put it at, even if I put it at like, no, you can only send one here to this part, to this line. It was like, cool. It should have been like emptying the system, right? Because there wasn't enough water coming into that line. But it was still overflowing. Because the valve just sent like, no. I'm sending 100. I don't care. I'm sending 100. No, you need to send 90. 100. That's my limit. I won't go under that. I won't go higher either. 100 is what I'm sending. That's a problem that existed in update 8 that caused this problem. So not something we have to deal with now, because that problem doesn't exist anymore. So valves are a big yay now, not a big uh-oh anymore. There might be other reasons for it, but most of those reasons have to do with that they're not being used correctly. So kind of the same thing with people saying that fluid buffers will screw up your system. Like will destroy your system. Like, never use fluid buffers because they will blah 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 not work. Look, I can accept that you don't know how they work. That doesn't mean that they are bugged. That doesn't mean that they are broken, and it definitely does not mean that they are unusable. Are there problems with the fluid dynamics in the game? Yes. Are there stuff that the developers need to work on and hopefully fix? Yes, 100%. They are not perfect. No one is. But we have the mechanics we have, and the workarounds we have are the ones we have. And if you want to play and want to be like super efficient and not overproduce everything, or you want to create like a balanced system, kind of like what you need to do with like aluminium loops, or in like plastic and rubber loops, or in like nuclear power plants, you are going to need to use those workarounds. That's the best way to put it. Like, otherwise, they're not gonna work. Like, you're going to have either not enough being produced, so your machines are gonna stop, or you're going to overproduce something that causes a blockage. That's just what it is. So that's why I'm going like, no, I'm simplifying. Everything that needs to like deals with liquids, I'm simplifying this now. I am not touching this with a like 10 feet pole. The most complex piece of liquids, like fluid dynamics, I have built in this entire save. Jack's living up to my username. Yeah! I mean, you weren't here, so someone's got up. Is over here, where I have made a pipe. I wouldn't. What is it, like priority system? It's a pipe like split priority, like to left to right priority system, where I'm basically forcing the like 300 to go in one direction, and then I'm forcing the remainder to go into this pipe where I'm doing the same thing, and then over here where I'm doing the same thing, and over, all the way down here. This one is a perfect split. I don't need to do anything with this, but then I do the same thing over here with another like kind of priority system. This is the most complex. I will never ever do something with liquids that is more complex than this. If I can help it, I will never do anything that creates a connection between two parallel pipe systems, because it will at some point screw you over. Like if I have extra fluids for some reason, they need to be used somehow. I'm doing that over here, where I have 100 fuel per minute waiting over here to be used to make turbo fuel, like packaged turbo fuel, which is why all of this stuff is kind of like not running as efficiently as it should, because I do have some fuel waiting to be used. I think that which line is it? It's the rightmost. That's that line here. Yeah. I use the byproduct from my plastic and rubber to make my fuel for my jetpack. Yeah. Yeah. Because that is like a simple way, because then you are actually processing your byproducts and getting rid of them, right? You're packaging them, they're turning into a physical product that you can then put in a box, and overflow can go into a sink, right? You're not attempting to put that into another like plastic rubber loop. Like you're not trying to do this system where you have like, this is rubber coming in and it makes plastic, and then that plastic goes out, and then that plastic goes over and it goes into another system where now it makes rubber. And like, you're not trying to do that. You're like keeping it very simple for yourself. I wanted to build a big plastic rubber loop because I wanted to show my viewers that even if you are building a complex system, you can keep your like liquids, you can keep your fluid dynamics relatively simple. Like I've made sure that the spacing between everything is quite big so people can see, and I've made sure that like there's as few as possible pipes everywhere, and like I've color coded everything to make sure that it's very, very simple. It's very easy to see. Heavy oil residue. Water. Fuel. Like it's everything just to keep it simple. And I think that has worked. I mean, this junction looks like a mess, but that is because I have built layers upon layers, and there's like belts and stuff included with that. But generally it's simple. The packaged water is incredibly simple. Like literally just, I need to make sure that there is space. These can never fill up, so that they are always, the belts are always running with the empty canisters back so that they can be recycled in this loop. But I'm not parallel connecting loops. Like one of these, right, goes into one of these systems, right? So one of these for one of these. Keep it simple. I'm not trying to take this and then like 80% of it goes in here, and then the remainder of the 20% goes in here, and then I need to make another 60% of another full line to make, like, I'm not doing that. It's a one-to-one system. Keep it as absolutely simple as possible. That's essentially like the big thing. that has made liquids, like fluid dynamics, works for me. How are you doing today? Let's build. Got caught up there a little bit. Look, we have trains. I need to keep an eye on this. Loops are complicated for sure. Yeah. Like, if you have a physical object, a physical item loop, that works. Like, if you have physical items being worked in a loop, perfectly fine. The second you include liquids, gas, like anything that uses pipes, the loop becomes complicated. I like, for my packaged water loop, it becomes a lot more simple, just based on the premise that like, just based on the simple premise that it's one pipe into one system, and the equivalent of that pipe would be me just piping it into a blender if I had the like blended diluted fuel alternate recipe and blenders unlocked and stuff, which I don't, which is why I'm doing the packaged blended or a diluted fuel, because that is the most efficient fuel type available before you have the blenders. And you can see that here as well, that it's not running fully efficiently. Which, you know, kind of sucks. Because there's a knock-on effect. If the fuel is not being used, those 100 fuel isn't being used, that backs up into their system. And when that backs up into their system, that backs up back into the heavy oil residue system. And then that doesn't produce all the polymer resin that is turned into rubber to kickstart the rubber plastic loop. The rubber plastic loop is becoming less efficient. And when that's becoming less efficient, then not like even less fuel is being used, and so on and so forth. So it just becomes more and more and more inefficient. And until I set up the turbo fuel production, that's going to keep happening. And the only way that I can counter it is to go in and manually flush the fuel buffers that is underneath there. These ones. Where are you guys? These guys. If I go in here, you can see these are full. If I flush this, and I go and flush all of these, then efficiency kicks up again. Because now all the fuel can start running at 100% capacity, which means that they are demanding 100% capacity from the heavy oil residue. So the polymer resin is being made. Then it starts working. That's why I've put these in here, because I knew I wasn't going to be able to build my turbo fuel thing before I'm making canisters that I can sink, because this is a finite amount. Like, I made a bunch of like, there's plastic in here that I brought over specifically to make containers. Like, I had a row of constructors here just making empty canisters, but those are gone. Like, I've made all the empty canisters that I needed. I don't need anymore. So, like, you can see, these are never full. None of these systems are ever, like, none of these containers are ever full, keeping it flowing. But it also means that if I were to grab some of these and use that to make, like, packaged turbo fuel, and I started sinking the overflow, I'd run out of canisters pretty quickly, and that would grind the entire system to a halt. Which is why bringing in all the resources on the right side of the screen is what's important right now. Let's see, we're bringing in what's close, right? So I'm just gonna double check. That's just limestone. And you, what do you have? Plastic. You're the plastic train. You are the rubber train. Over here is where we get the iron. So I have 4 full 480 belts coming in here. That's 480 times 4. 1920. And I have 4 more on the other side of this. Brought in. That's 1920 times 2. 3,840. Which I think, if I remember correctly, if I go back and I check. Yes. Is more than I need. Like a lot more. I also have another set of iron coming in over here that I can use for other stuff. Right? So there I have 5. I think all of these are normal. Normal. And they're all at 300, right? So that's 5 times 300, that's another 1,500. So 3,840 plus 1,500. So I need to update now. I am bringing in 5,340 iron to Clearhaven. So we absolutely do not need more iron. We need to focus on the copper. There should be more copper over here, if I remember correctly. Let's just check. I think it's like underneath here. Currently feeding those hungry sinks. Oh yeah. Which is very nice, because, like, let's check. How many do I have here? Coupons. I have 117 coupons here. And if I check my sink over here, I have another 122 so far. Because I am sinking so much ore at this point. I'm getting 651,000 points. And the vast majority of that is just ore. It's crazy. Like, I'm sinking all the plastic and stuff as well. I'm sinking. But yeah, like all the limestone being sunk, all the plastic, all the rubber, all the silica, reanimated SAM, and then I think it's smart plating and automated wiring. They are all being sunk, and then we're sinking iron over here, we're sinking copper, that's more copper. Let's see, that's iron, that's copper being sunk, and then more limestone. So we are sinking a lot. Something that I do think we can quite easily do is find and autosave done. Find and bring in our copper. Like I said, there should be some over there, but I don't want it over there. I want it over there. So it's like, do I make a train over here, like a small train that drives it over there? I think I will. I think I will do that. So let's just check. If I go, hey, what is my copper? Okay, it's back up there. And one in there. Yeah, that's one I got. But there are 3 nodes that I'm currently not using. And 2 of them are over yonder. So they just inside here? Yeah, they are. Huh. Let's just double check here. Boop-a-doo. Hello? Hello? So that was not the spot. I'll remove you. Yep, there's one. So I need to clean this up a little bit so that I can put a miner here. You don't use the radar antennas to see everything on the map. I couldn't live without them. The thing is that I do my resource gathering in kind of bursts. Or like this resource setup in bursts. And outside of that, I don't really like use them a lot. I tend to be using Satisfactory Calculator to know. And I also know where most of the nodes are by like memory. It's like I knew that there was copper over here. It's the specific location that eluded me. So that's one of them. Can I, however, Yep, it snaps. Perfect. Thank you so much for your service. Little bit of lag there while I'm painting. Perfect. And you are part of the miner power. I need to bring you in. And let's go with you there. Okay, let's see. The other one was there. So the other one is there. So if I just do hata micro nudge. Well, would you look at that? And then I can place in my foundations here again. And carbon steel finish. Boop, boop. A little bit of lag there because of customizer being customizer. And then let's add the carbon steel back in here. Once again, a little bit of lag spike because I have so many painted foundations. Always fun. But yeah, like, because I may basically know where most of the nodes are by heart. I can build them, but they don't really fit with the style. Like, if you look at this build, for example, right? I'm like, ah, yes. Like, I don't like the power towers either. But if I were to choo-choo, so many choo-choo. Check this out. It's been a while, XPK. Welcome to the chat. Yeah, the radar towers really help. I went around and covered the map with them and helped run them by installing geothermal on every spot too. I have already installed geothermals on every spot on the map. That has been done. Long time no see. Yep. Welcome, welcome. But yeah, like the thing is with the... Where are the radar towers? They're here, right? Have I not unlocked them? Have I neglected unlocking? Ye old radar towers. I might have. You're in the quartz. Yeah, I need to bring out some of the computer. And heavy modular frames. So if I go into the quartz tree and say gimme, and then now we look at the style of the city and my like logistics here. Happy Friday, cheers to all. Welcome to the chat, cabals. Or cables. Cables. Currently watching RCE doing beaver hypertubes. I am not surprised. He has been looking forward to it. Where, let's see, are you in special or are you in organization? Organization, there we go. Radar towers. So if I place one here, for example, and we look at the crystal like style that I have here, I don't know. I don't feel like they fit in. I would probably use these as a visual element in the next city. The first city, Clearhaven, definitely. And then the next city, which is going to be more like cyberpunk. I think there it would fit. But as a visual element, it just doesn't make sense to me. I might put one up temporarily to see stuff. Yeah, like it's basically down to like playstyle, I think. And I use them a lot. Like they were a staple in every single world that I made. Up to the end of my update 8 Let's Play. But let's put it like this. The update 8 Let's Play I spent about 450 hours on. The current, like this save, I have spent another 400 hours on. That's 850 hours. Of, like, to a large extent, daily, bi-daily playing of Satisfactory, and then making videos on Satisfactory, tips and tricks videos, of which there are now, like, what is there? Like, I don't even remember, I don't even know, like 150 videos? Like, I genuinely don't know how many tips and tricks videos there are. Like, because of that, I have seen the map, I have seen the nodes, I have been in-game so much that I kid you not, the second I get into the game, I know where the slugs are, I know where the Mercerspheres are, I know where the Summer Sloops are, I know where all the things are. So, the radar tower is here. I don't even use the object detector for, like, until I start going like, okay, I know I've missed something, but I can't find it. Object detector. Okay, now I found it, and then I move on. Because I've spent so much time looking around the world that I've, like, it's just a natural part to know where all the things are. Let's see, we found two miners. That sounds wrong. Sounds wrong out of context. Let's see if we can make a little bit of a turn around. Can I? I'm just looking at how to, like, logically make this, make a train line, because it would also fit very well with bringing over the iron I have here. Is there anything else around here that I would want to bring over now while I'm at it? by the way, thanks for logistics videos. Oh yeah, yeah. Like, people are very happy about those logistics videos, and I can tell because they keep getting a lot of views, and very nice. Same here. I woken up at 4 a.m. riding a train after a 5-hour nap in the chair. Nice. If I did that, I'd be absolutely dead. I would be a non-functioning mess for like 2 days after that. But let's see, how much copper do we get from here? That's 300, right? And then this, also 300, so that's another 600. No matter how you look at it. That is another 600 copper. Let's place a station with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 cars. And I think that's gonna be fine. We do that here. Transport. A little bit of a trick here. If I want the train station to be here, for example, put this down, switch to freight platform, and then let's say, from which direction do I want to bring things in? So where do I want my buffers? That direction. 7 of you guys. That's not gonna fit there. Oh no! Well, I also want an empty one, so like that. Just remove the station, and I can build here. Because I just need to. The only thing that the rule says is you need to snap it to an existing thing like this. Boop. So now I can build out from there instead. And that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then we do buffers. Buffer. Buffer. Ta-da! Yeah, like I'm very happy that people are enjoying the logistics video. I'm like getting a bunch of comments on them. I'm getting questions. I'm getting suggestions. I'm getting like other points of view, which I really enjoy because there's like I really enjoy seeing that there are other ways to solve the problems that I show my solution to. Because in my opinion, that just makes the video more valuable. It just means that there are more answers to the same question. And that is really, really good. So these two are going to be for the copper. So copper intake, iron, 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 iron. And then you are a normal station. Ta-da! And this is going to be not Verkebeckbrunn. No, it's going to be if I look at the timetable, what have I named other stations? It's not connected, so I can't see. Okay, you. What have I named other? Rubber line, blah blah blah. Mournrock, raw in. North Outpost 1, that's what that one's called. Okay, because you're just gonna be Mournrock Collector 1. Right? collection. One. The train is going to be put in later. I need to make the junction first. And this is going to be similar to what we've done over here. With this junction. So it can go out, in, and then go out and continue. But it can also turn left and go there, and it can come in and park at the station from there. Simple as that. I do think that I could improve these a little bit, but for now they work. I'm not getting queues or anything, so I'm just gonna leave it as is. How are we looking with stuff coming in? Yeah, it's a lot more efficient now than it was before. But the fuel has probably filled up again because I'm producing a lot of it. Now, let's see with the junction railway. I always do this. Right, so that's placed down, right? I'm going to first do this because that allows me to make several connections out. I can do this. If I have that directly onto this, I can't place another one. There, like, it's locked to a single connection. Now, let's see here. I placed this very stupidly. I should have placed that over here. Damn. Okay, so let's move it. And then let's remove everything and just move it over so I don't end up regretting that when I'm trying to make the curves and everything. And boop, and it's just the belts. There we go. And now I think I'm gonna turn it around. I'm gonna do it the same way that I did with that one. I'm gonna do this. Now I'm centered here, which means that I can make the same kind of turn. I just need to go down a little bit. Hey boys, just cleaning up here. So I can make some turns. Thank you for your service. Will not be required anymore. And if I need you again, I will just place you back in. There we go. A little bit of an overlap there too. Yep. Bye. Bye. Oh, it's close. Alright. So, 7 freight stations. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then an empty. Alright. And here's the big thing. We first need to sink this down a little bit. If I do this, because we want that at the same level as this. But let's line it up with these foundations. Like so. Also going to temporarily disable this. I haven't disabled anything. They're just going to turn the other way instead. So they still function perfectly fine. They're just going to take that route. And then... Let's be smart about this. I need to make the same kind of turn off. Right. So if I just remove these things, they're kind of in the way. Right. And add in the railway, like so. And I move this out to say, that's the center. It would be here, give or take. Wild guess. That's not a bad curve. And then if I move you a little bit closer here, so that you are there, eyeballing it here, I would say that's a symmetrical curve. Foundations are shit. I want to be clear. I am aware they're overlapping. There was something that didn't sync up with when I was building the walls, and I like it's literally like a 40-hour job to like fix it, and I don't have the energy. So it is what it is. All right, and then we have this, right, where I go down there, and then I do the same kind of turn. I'm gonna bring you to there. And ta-da. And then we take and turn you into a path signal, and you into a path signal, and you into a path signal. Right. And then from here in that direction, I'm just going to do this so that I can see everything. So, like, people in chat, how are you guys doing? Are you entertained? Are you entertained? Or am I making the most horrendous thing and you just can't stop looking at the, like, literal and figurative train wreck? I need to make this a... It's entertaining. That's good. Then I am happy. This is a straight curve. So this is a 45-degree curve. No, not. That's a 45-degree curve. A sword and a loincloth would improve the viewing experience somewhat. Now that sounds like a 10,000 subscriber special. But I'm also listening while I build my power network down to the next area I'll be building. Nice. And let's see, over here, the move it up. This is the curve that I will have here. And then we will bring you down. Okay, let me just double check. Because I might need a bigger curve. You're just mapping a Path of Exile 1? Oh yeah, they released the... what was it called? Something of Frisia. That's really cool. I saw that they basically just went like balls to the wall. Tried out, like, put everything they ever imagined could be in the game at the same time. I'm just waiting for 0.2 in Path of Exile 2. I have hit the... I think I make like 107,000 damage, like DPS now with my Spark Sorcerers. So I've had fun with that. Nerding out with my buddies, trying to figure out new ways to increase the DPS. Got my hand on an Ingenuity belt. But my cast speed is a little bit too high now because I basically go like and then I have no mana, but yeah. Let's see. I go past all of you guys down to about here. And I remove this area. I would assume this is where I can make the curve. Can I make the curve? If I put this in. Right. Can I make that a little bit more? Gonna put that there and go more like yay. Yeah, a lot of clipping though. Yeah, I'm not sure I like that. Ah. Okay, let's just put that in, because that's gonna make it a lot easier. So I can force a very tight curve there by forcing it to snap there. Boom. Like underlying spline is not happy. But that is a very nice curve like that. And then from here, I can, if I remove that, then that is the corner for me making a perfect 90-degree curve here. Maybe do a fine rotated foundation to get a better snap angle. Nah, it's fine. I used more like old school snapping tricks for the railway, so boom. Now, I'm pretty sure I can get that better. Because there is a slight bump in that. And I can do that by fixing this. Lock in place, and then that's starting to look like those puzzle games where you have to rotate curves straight exactly to connect them all up. Yeah, I mean, that's essentially what it is, right? If I do that, it becomes too tight. I can't do that. But if I pull that back and then snap it in, right? Can I do? Can I do that? Actually, what prevents me from just connecting that up? Okay, that. That's what prevents me. Okay. Can I just do this? And that works. Yep. Causes the same problem though. It'll be what it is. I'm gonna do visual passes later. For now, this is what we got. Oh, that's a path signal. That's why they're not using that direction going here. So that's a path signal. And then I need block signal here. I'm gonna put another block signal here to clear that up as fast as possible as well. And then a block signal there. So now this works. And now we just need to bring up the resources. So it's going to be 2 copper first. And I put these on the wrong. I have. You're supposed to go in. In, boy, in. I have been silly. I've done the dum-dum. That is why I have a doggo named Jack is Dum-Dum, because sometimes I do dum-dum. And there we go. A floor hole disappearing, poof. And then we can belt this. Once again, the buffers are there so that we can fill this up as fast as humanly possible, and in best case scenario, make sure that the miner keeps running at 100% efficiency if we're using what's it called? If we are using the full capacity of the node. So basically the max capacity of the node is half of 2 belts or whatever you put in. So it's basically going to be 1 Mark IV is the max capacity of each freight station. If you don't care about maximum throughput and you're overproducing or whatever, then you can smack in 2 in each, which would essentially double your throughput like capacity and then add like a 5-10% inefficiency. So yeah, there's different ways of doing this. I tend to be drawn towards the counter the inefficiency of the train method of doing things. And then we do that, and then we do that. So much of us doing stuff. And then the final doing that. Ta-da! But yeah, like we have our thingy here. There's a bunch of holes everywhere, but got it. Can I... can probably just add this in. 1 meter there. And then the rest of it is just doo-doo. Another 4 meter. Can I snap to this? Please? Please let me snap to this. There. There we go. And then you guys are full foundations. Then you guys get that. And you guys also get this treatment. You yeah, I will have to leave you be like that. Instead snap you to that one. It looks a little bit better. Is it the best? No. Can I be bothered right now? Also no. And then these guys need to be replaced with the higher blocks here. There we go. And then we just need to bring in the resources that we have over here. So basically from there, I'm snapping you like so. And then it's going to be the same thing across the hole. So from here, boom. Yeah, I was just gonna say, I think I forgot one. There, boom. Snap. And I missed one here. There. Oop. Snap. And then we have all of our resources that we want to bring in. They are here. Honk. Honk honk. What was it XPK said? Choo choo. Also, choo. Let's see. So how do we want to do this? I want copper on those two. So we're gonna bring those guys up and over here. There. Let's just make that quite simple. You guys are coming in like so. So I'm going to go boop and boop. And you end there. There we go. Laboyo. Too close. So if I move you there, you there, right? And then I need and then I bring you all the way back here. And then we can go up one floor. Way. Then we go over there, and then we can go down. Like so. Let's see, where are we? We're on the half. So let's do that. So it's symmetrical with the other side. And then let's bring you guys in. I'm just gonna draw the outline for where we're doing this. That should be enough, right? Could I bring it closer? Yeah, I probably could. Let's go here, actually. Then we go all the way down. Straight mode and straight in here. Second line, straight mode. That was the wrong. And then we go like so, and just connect you up. And then we need the iron. And what I'm gonna do with that. Gonna just go over one step. Oop, not gonna work. Okay, let's start there. and then boop you over one step. So that we have some form of aesthetic coherence with the lines, and then they tighten up over here, right? That should work, right? And then we snap you there, move over one step. Then I snap you to here apparently, and then there and over one step. And then we do the tight bunch of belts here, because that creates a little bit of visual variance, so it's a lot easier to break up what's what, like what's the curve or what's where, right? So this is coming in, but this is a little bit more like there's a little bit of space between them, and then I bunch them up again over here on the long straights, and that should work. All right, that did not work. Okay, I don't care. Oh, that's not so good though. And then we go like that. And we have a nice belt bus feeding our new train station. And this will run with an even 300 per minute on each node. That is something that I will probably start marking on the other end where I bring stuff out. Oop-doo. There we go with you. You go to this bit here. There we go. And then we grab you. We go to this bit. Boopy-doo. And then I will not be able to go the entire way, so we're going back here, and then one belt bit there. Boop-a-doo. Alright, so now we have the intake of material happening over here with the copper, and then you have the iron over here. That should be correct. If I go like this and yep. And now let's move on over, because I want that stuff to be delivered over here. So we're going to have to make another turn off. And I am looking at the space this takes. Right, so if I make one of these guys, I'm gonna have to do this a little bit differently. So, boom, boom, down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And all of you guys have just been connected up, right? So I will continue with that. Like so. Then you were connected here, and then into there. You were connected here, and then into there. You are connected there, then into there. Meaning we now have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more. What are they called? Awesome sinks. That's the name. Completely eluded me there for a second. And if I take these two are copper here, right? If I make these two copper, that would mean that the station is facing this direction. Train station. Freight platform. Where would that need to be? I'm just checking. I'm not aligning the hull. Actually, that wouldn't be so bad. So if I have that there. And I would still need that. Ah, okay, okay. I'm just being a dum-dum. There we go. Race station, boom. Oh yeah, and then an empty one here at the end. And I need to rename station over here. I don't think I did that. Or I did, but then I removed it. What the hell? Okay. Is Vertogenbosch? Bosch. There we go. We are in Mournrock. A lot easier for me to pronounce. Well, I'm gonna need to take a stretch break so I don't fall asleep here. Okay, Mournrock. Raw. What do I call it? Raw in 2. No, sorry. I'm just gonna then do this name raw out. 1. There. And then we can go name the other one. What? Hey, Dan. I have 13 viewers. I don't want to go now. I want to hang out with you guys. Build trains and choo along here. To the rock raw in 2. Completely different train setup. That's a push and pull train that I made for demonstration purposes. Like, I have different train stations, different train setups. Yeah, they work. Nothing wrong with that. Now I just need to create a reasonable station. And that means I have to go out to... What would that be? It would be here. Right? And then here. Where I do this. Right? And then I straighten that up with this. So that's going to be in, that's going to be out. Yep, looks about right. And then we go around in a big merry-go-round. Touch up. And that didn't work. So here's the thing. Sometimes when you do things in halves, so because that is out a little bit, actual turning point isn't here. It is there. 2 snaps away. But I'm also too close over here. I need to move this 1 foundation out to be able to make that turn. So if I do this instead, smoother curve. Well, not really. Now it's a smoother curve. Oh, autosave kick in. And then that is correct, and that will snap. And we have a perfect semicircle. Okay. Perfectamundo. And you, I want to turn into more of a smart placement, because I will need a path signal there. Okay, that is already a path signal. Can I do block? Will that work? Seems like. All right. Now let's get rid of you guys. Get rid of you too. Get rid of you. And let's measure here. So that's gonna be one part. Bada boom. I will want no, that's not correct. I will want that. Boom. And then connect up. Same thing over here. I will want this. And then boom. Actually. So that I have snapping points for my what's it called? Signals. Damn, that one's deep. Same thing over here. Let's create snapping points for our signals. Snapping points for our signals. Connect that up. Now, time to make simple. Turn right. Turn left. Turn left. Go straight. Turn right. Go straight. Oh, would you look at that? We have an intersection. And then we got path signal. Path signal. That's a block signal. But I don't want you there. I want you as a path signal, but there. And I want a path signal there. Then I want block signal. Boop. And boop. You mean this part? Ah, you mean for these? Okay, yeah, you can also just scroll to flip them back and forth. For the arrow to go the direction you want. And yeah, where I did the multiple directions. Yeah, over here. The push and pull train. Yeah, like here. What I can do is just hold H and scroll to get them where I want them to. Now they're too close for that to function. Like they won't be placeable, but like it's quite nice. You can go like you can slide it along here, hold Control to get the snapping points along, and just scroll to do that. Like new feature for 1.0. So even like very like veteran players don't necessarily know about it. Okay, so let's see. And when I figured out the 5 thing, like anything you do with these or with curves, as long as you are working with a distance of 5 between the curves, right? So if I do, there's 5 here, and if I remove that and I move that there, and I remove that and move that there, right? As long as there's 5 total foundations that I'm working with, I will always get a perfect curve. So if I were to do that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then I put that one here. Between these two. Perfect curve. Every time. And you can do that with any configuration as long as the, like, if you try to make a curve that goes like 1, 2, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, like this, it technically works. Like if I were to do this, right, and then do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 out like this, it technically works. However, this perfect curve doesn't actually stop here because it's too tight of a curve. I have to then extend, as long as I have an odd number. So 1, 2, 3, 4. I just need to go 3 down here. So if I remove this, and that one started here instead, right? Ta-da. I can get that perfect curve as well. Like, it's the odd number that's the important bit. Like, you center it around one foundation, and then you just paint. Like, one of the great ways that I do when I'm planning curves, and I'm doing stuff that I don't know about, like that I don't have trained, is I use the where are they? Fixed foundations, like this. And I have, let's say that I want to make a curve like so, right? So instead of just start placing railway, I basically start where's the center of my curve, and I will paint that here. So this is going to be the center of my curve. And then if I go at least 5, as in I add 2 to one side and 2 to the other, I will be fine. Right? So if I go 1, 2 here, and on this side, instead of going there for a 90-degree curve, maybe I want to do a more of a 45-degree like bend out of this. That would normally be up, and you like have it here. So that way you can mark out a nice 45-degree turn, where if the turn starts here, right, you center it between those two, here. That's still 5. The magical number is 5. I've just wrapped it around my center point, which is that one. So when I'm doing stuff that I'm not necessarily certain of what I'm doing, like I use these so I can paint my curves and plan them and count and make sure that if I'm making bigger curves that I'm still doing with uneven numbers. Because if I do this, for example, and I paint, so I have a center here. Say my center is here, and I want to make a massive soft curve, right? And then I would just go like, say I want to have 4 there, 1, 2, 3, 4 there, and I need 2 to make the anchor points for my curve, because this is how I make sure that the curve doesn't have weird bumps, because that can happen sometimes. Is that I always place this first and this first. Now that I have this, I know that I'm going to get my perfect, like, this is going to be the center of the curve on this diagonal here. But the smallest increment of that you can work with is 5. So the smallest set of that is this, where your anchor points would be there and there. So it's like a great way to work with stuff. And like if I were to do, say something that people really struggle with. Slopes is something that people really struggle with. Do like that. Slopes is a pain in the behind most of the time. However, they don't have to be. Because once you do this, and you start your slope. So if I grab this now, and I create my anchor point. And that anchor point is here, at the start of this slope. There. And I want to end my slope over here. I have to count 2 meters. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 meters, right? So over here, vertical, 10 meters. I can't put that there because that needs to end in a slope. One meter. 2 meter. And then I can take my straights. And make my anchor point again. Perfect 90-degree slope. If I really want to push this, and this is the fun bit, if I want to continue the slope, my anchor point is just sloped. Like so. And then I can remove this. I don't need that anymore, right? The only thing that I need to do now is create another painting, right? So now that this is going, that's already on its way up. This is my next corner. And I can just keep going. And I can make a spiral like that. I just need to go up another 10 meters. Well, this is on a 1 meter slope, like incline. So technically, what I can do from here, because I've already started the slope, right, is do up, up, like this. And then from here, I need to go up. I need to be at that slope. Up. And then I can go dirt, dirt. And have my anchor point. And there we go. U-turn. How would you go about building support for that curve to make it look less floaty? That is a very good question. And I think the best way, my personal, yeah, and the basically, no, U-turn. I would say, like, let's say that this is where we're going, like from here. So we just have a straight going on from here. So instead of having our anchor point being this, we go with this, which would stop here to be a nice anchor point. Like, that's a pretty smooth, like, end to the turn. So you can do it in multiple different ways. The way that, like, some people, like, the instinctual is I need something underneath my rail, otherwise the rail is not supported. But what I tend to do, and a lot of people who are building a lot of trains and train stuff tend to do, is if we look, where is the center of my curve? It looks weird because we are in a inclined slope, right? You can see there is like an inclined slope here, but our center, the center of our curve, is actually here. Boop, boop. It's this point. Well, here technically. So what we can do is let's go in here, for example, and grab our big concrete pillars and can double check our measurements. So 5 in that direction and 3 in that direction means we are 1 too close. 4. Yep. So now we're in the center. Now we're centered between them. And then you create your supports based on this. And these. You go to the freeform. And let's say that you want to start. You like you keep these, right? You keep the center, like the foundations here, so you have like a center point to aim for. So before you actually like draw from that pillar, you draw from the ground. And you look at the center, can go normal, like so. Right? Then what would the next one be? Would it be here? It would not. The next one would be there. And the next one would be one snap there. It's not really centered. Let's see if I can do that. Still not really centered. No, I'm just being anal about it. Yep, there we go. Center. Yeah, you can do this. The problem is there is no snapping point specifically. These are better for that because they are very like centered or like automatically as wide, or they're like they have a sliding snapping point. Yeah, I'm using like infinite nudge, but I can also like let's make this a lot simpler. Right? So I want there. Let's just use default. There. 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 Just to make this a little bit more aesthetic. Right. So this doesn't look too good, right? Because it's snapping through. But snapping down from rails, if I remember correctly, yeah, you'd only have that sliding snapping point, as far as I can tell. Like, these doesn't even have that. So what I would do is I would go to the center here, go to freeform, and then go from there to the closest point that is like straight out from the pillar. Something like that. That's a bit too high. I wouldn't do that. But it's like this is stuff that you should be doing in like the blueprint designer, in my opinion, so that you kind of have it nailed down. I mean, that's also exactly snap beams to pillars. Yep. And let's see. If I go to yeah, it's gonna have to be a freeform. This one is weird for me. Like I'm trying to make something here that would look somewhat good, right? Simpler than designing curved paths. Never tried making some in a slope. Yeah, like if you can deal with this, yeah. One of the things that you could do, technically, is use the smaller ones. Right, and you can see like there's a little line here, like a gap. Yeah, that's why like when you're dealing with these kinds of slopes, 100% do it with like in the blueprint designer. Is my suggestion, because you don't want the you don't want to have this as a repetitive task to do. Definitely not. But yeah, that's one way you can do it. What about snapping a pillar and then rotate it with nudge so it's flat with the slope? You mean like if I do this? How would you mean that I snap that so it's flat? Snapping a pillar. What do you mean? Oh, wow. Do you mean like so it's laying down? Or like... In what way? I can't rotate it so it's tilted. I don't know how that would work. Which key would that be? I don't know all the keybinds for this. Rotate it so it's tilted. I don't know how to do that. Is there a specific keybind? Different axis with shift. If I'm holding shift, it's just doing exactly what I... Yeah, I have infinite nudge. But I need to see... Build, player, equipment, menus, photo mode, Sky UI, vehicles, trains, infinite nudge. Ah. So I'm using a right shift for that. Yeah, I was in H mode. Yeah, I was just using the left. Can I use control there? I would need to lower the increment. Somehow. Can I press? Okay, I'm literally trying to press control with my elbow here. Unlock hologram, build menu. I'm doing control for finer. Problem is the control. My right control doesn't do that. And I can't hold both of those. And also reach the right shift key. See, there we go. Boom, there, got it. I'm using a pen. There. That way works. It's like I would need to rebind my macros. I would need to change all the keys on my mouse to help with that. But yeah, technically, you can do that. I think it would look weird, to be honest. I think that it honestly looks a little bit, like, not a lot, but a little bit better with just having the straight ones. Like so. And what you can do if you want a little bit more like, okay, there's not a gap here. Like if you want that gone, I would probably add in one of these. And can I get that lined? Boom. Because they will not clip through. So if I'm looking at this now, there's like another object holding it in place. I hope so too. The thing is, like, I can pick if, like, I have to bind this to certain keys, and right now I'm using F13 to 22. Yeah, like I love putting things inside the pillars to make them like feel like look more sturdy and everything. I'm just doing it like this is just a mock-up, but yeah, like working with the rule of fives with this, and then just looking at like how do you create a even slope kind of thing. It's all about the like elevation increment, like elevation steps. So if you always count that you're trying to do a 2 meter elevation or decline, or a 1 meter elevation and decline, then you just count around to where you're going and up and down and just follow the same, because the spline is always calculated on a 2D plane. So with the spline calculated on a 2D plane, all you gotta do is line up the slope so that the slope is even, so you're not making a slope that looks like you start with a 2 meter and you go there, and then on over here you then suddenly have a 1 meter, and then you like flip it to this and you have another 1 meter, and then from here you go with like 2 meters like this. Like, that's gonna be a shit slope. Unless the only thing that you care about is this and that. If you start looking at like how many meters are in between here, that's 2 meters, 3, 4, 5, 6. That can work. But that also means that you need to make 6-meter inclines on the next level as well, right? So then you would need to replicate this exactly on the next set or next part of the curve. And if you want it to be a smooth curve, you would need it to be another 2 meters here for your anchor point. So you get this there. No, that would be there. Not even that. Not even that. I remember why I make the... Yeah. It's why you have the 1 meter foundation and then a 1 meter slope on it. It's to start your slope and give it that 2 meter incline. So it gets this... Like, there's 1 meter here. And there's 1 meter to the next edge. But then from here, you then have 2 meters because the slope is picking up. And then when you get up here, I did this manually, so that's not necessarily the correct way of doing this part. That's why it might be looking a little weird, but yeah. My problem is that if I'm in Satisfactory, my macro keys just auto default to F1 to F5, even though I rebound them with software. Somehow Satisfactory is getting around my rebind program. Ah, okay. Yeah, I don't know how that works. Like, I just know that mine works. My mouse is a Gladius MMO gaming mouse. Model number 978300. That's all I know. But yeah, like, hope that helped a little bit. With some impromptu on-stream tutorial for easy railway slopes. And the thing is, I've built so many of these, I've practiced this so much that if I get warmed up, I eyeball them. You have a Logitech keyboard. Ah, and you're using the Logitech software. Their like interface thing to control it, I'm assuming. So yeah, like, that's why. I don't know if you saw this one, Let's Build, or if you had gone to bed. Over here. Like, this slope, I eyeballed. And you can tell because there are some imperfections. And this specifically, I would fix by Let me just check if I even can. Can that? Yep. It reaches. So some of these imperfections you can fix by removing the sections. Ta-da. But yeah, like one of the reasons why I have made it like this, like with the floaty, is to make it simpler for myself, right? So yeah, these look unsupported, but I have floating space technology. And I have basically designed the entire region, like architecture, so that floating space technology makes sense. It's there visually everywhere. So I don't think it's too weird. And if I wanted to really support it, I could technically do this. And just... and find the center point. Like that. And then put these like so. Boom. And now they have the anti-gravity shards underneath them. Like, I don't think that it's that they look unsupported that's necessarily a problem, because you can work with various different visual styles where floating things make sense, right? I think that what makes people go, something's off there, is the same reason what made Empress go, something's off there, that inspired me to design the anti-gravity shards. That blueprint was over here, where when I showed her this, she was like, this looks amazing, with one detail. The pipes look bare and weak, skinny, without something more. And that could have been anything, but it inspired me to go like, maybe more shards, kind of like what I have around here, but more, and it worked. So I used that. So I don't necessarily think that you need to have like the robust, like here's a big pillar holding it down kind of support, as long as you have the like dense, like something that accompanies it, or that blends with the building style that you're doing. As long as you do that, I think it works fine. Now, let me see here. We need a train. And let's see here. Path signal. Block signal. That's correct, right? Yep. Block signal. There. And let's add in our train. But yeah, like the keyboard, like in Windows, I think F goes all the way up to 32. So you have F1 through 32. So if you're using a macro, like mouse, keyboard, whatever it is, you should be able to do that. But I guess certain games, certain engines, like whatever it is, overrides it. Like, I have no idea. Either way, I would love if you just had a simple, like, vanilla option of, like, do whatever the fuck you want with the keybinds. Because that's such an accessibility feature. Because so many people that are using, like, accessibility keyboards that have, like, deformed hands or, arthritis or has had a stroke or whatever it is. If they can rebind with macros, that's an accessibility feature. I consider that something that should be in the game. Like, you should have pretty free control over what you do. I don't care what you do in the console version, but there should be the same level of accessibility, right? Or as close to the same level. And then the rest of it, like, give us on PC full freedom, because that's what we have in most other games and programs and stuff like that. At least a lot of these, like, creative more creative games. Okay, before I get derailed again by myself, block, boom, 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 boom. And I will just place you 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then another locomotive. You will be action train 2. I think that's what I named the other one. Let me double check. Timetable. Collector train. There we go. Collection train. There. Edit timetable. Mournrock. Raw out. Where I want you to load copper ore and iron ore, and then in Mournrock raw in 2, I want you to unload only copper ore and iron ore. There. And then turn on self-driving. While it is going, we will set all the stations to unload here. Right, and with that, we have another 600 copper ore. Coming in. So if I remove 600 from that number, uh, 1190 minus 100. We need another 590. 590. Where would we get that? Hello, Michael. Michael Zanetti on Twitch. You sound so Swedish. I love it. Yeah. Well, I am Swedish. I'm from Scania. I'm from Trelleborg originally. So like Swedish adjacent, I guess. Oh yeah, there's a copper node there. What? If I go inside and I look here. Copper? Funny, my friends were also from Scum. Ah, nice. There. Whoop. Ah, thank you for subscribing on YouTube, Shark Tank. Shark Tank 52. There we go. And then I am going to remove this. Place in a miner. There we go. Miner. Then I can do this. And let's zoom along this whole thing. Eslöv Lund area, basically. Ah, I got a couple of friends who live out that direction. And some family members. Let's see if I can aim this properly. I cannot. I aim like a stormtrooper. Small world, yeah. I mean, Sweden is pretty small. It's like you live in Stockholm, Gothenburg area, or you live like Skåne. That's it. That's what's available. Otherwise, it's like somewhere no one has heard of. That's living in Sweden. And let's see if we can get that final boop. There we go. Just need one of you guys. Skåne speaks the best Swedish, yes. I mean, if you ask my girlfriend, who is from Stockholm, I'm not even speaking Swedish. According to her, I'm speaking some, like, unique language. Stockholm Swedish is puke. Ha! Empress, did you hear that? Stockholm Swedish is puke. They said it on the internet, so it is true. The funny thing is, she's been spending so much time, like, making fun of it, that now when she's, like, exclaiming, like, no, nay. She's like, nej? Like the normal Swedish, nej? Or the Scanian Swedish, nej? She's going, nej? Now. To make sure you understand. I don't understand when you try to speak Scanian otherwise. It's just that one. And you specifically did that as like a joke. I baked some really good lasagna today myself. Very good. Very proud of it. And very delicious. So lasagna is one of my favorite dishes. Not to make, to eat. It's not a perfect imitation. I think the problem is that if you can still identify it as an imitation, there's a problem. Let's flip this around actually. Nah, it's perfect. Native, no. It is definitely not. Look, when you speak Scanian, you sound like... Do you know what you sound like? And like, this is gonna sound so wrong, but it, like, if you have heard someone speaking Scanian that has gone through this or is going through this, you will perfectly understand this. When I've been seeing, like, when I saw my grandfather before he died, he was going through cancer. When he was trying to speak in his weakest moments, that's kind of what you sound like. Like, it's slowed down. It's not drawl, it is just slow. So, because one of the things that Scanians do is we cut out enunciation. You enunciate too much. And that is what happens when a Scanian person is trying to make themselves understood when they know they are not. For example, when they've had a stroke, when they're very, very sick, when they're old. Some people when they've had, like, have dementia. Some people like with speech impediments, like me with my lisp, for example. That kind of stuff. They tend to slow down and enunciate instead of cutting enunciation. And in Malmö Skånska is very much that. Like Malmö Skånska, Trelleborgska is very heavily, we're cutting out enunciation. We cut our words short. And Siri just started and thought like me saying Skånska was Siri. Which just goes to say how bad they are. In Malmö, you have to wear a bulletproof vest though. No. Definitely not. Yeah, the way they speak is a proper assault. No. But the thing is that the bullshit that's happening in Malmö, like, you don't notice it as a normal, like, citizen. Like, it's not anything that you're going to pick up on just living here. Happy to say. You've been taking walks at like 3 a.m. in central Malmö? No problem. Yeah. You were living in one of the problem areas before we met, or like when we met, and you still did that in one of the most dangerous paths in the city, where most of the assaults and crimes and shit was happening, and you were like, no, 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 no. No problem. The bliss of being an idiot, yeah. Very much so. Adorable, though. Empress, you are my adorable idiot. Because I remember us walking there, and you're like, yeah, I always walk here. I was like, eh. I mean, that's the proper, like, title of Eslöv. You said, I'm from the Netherlands, but I always travel to Copenhagen and take the train to Eslöv, or as I call it, Eslöv. Yep. That is correct. I think Eslöv was dubbed, like, it actually has the title, the most boring city in Sweden. Which is, like, impressive, because there's some boring cities here. And if I add in one of these, one of these, and one of those, nothing happens in Eslöv. Yes. And then one of the places that I grew up in, you said, Faye said, I mean, I don't particularly walk around in the evening in the city here either. No, like, Empress does walk around late at night in the city. She is beautifully oblivious. Oh, damn. Back one step. Oh. And we all love Skånetrafik and a PostNord. No. Nope. Can't even pretend that one. I can't even be sarcastic about it. They suck so hard. What's even more fun is, let's see, if I do this, down. it would be to here, to there. Right. Dun 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 dun. Okay. Forward one step. Right from there. Can I do that? Remove that and check. Forwards a little bit more. There we go. Perfect. Magnifique. You should name it Satisfactory train stations after cities from Skåne. I would if it wasn't because I would completely forget what they were like related to. Never on time. Yep. Well, from what I know, Americans don't really walk at all with how the country is built for cars, so that makes sense. Yeah. I mean, we walk around, not everyone has a car, it's too dang expensive for most. Are you saying TV lies? Yeah. But, like, we gotta say, like, when we were in Vegas, it was hell to try and walk around. Like, but then once again, people from the US pretty much say, like, you can't judge, like, you can't draw a parallel from Vegas to the rest of the US, so, and it might be from like state to state. Like some cities might have been designed with walkability or have it upgraded now, like later on, with walkability in mind. The moment you left the strip, it was a crapshoot. Yeah, like there was no roads. There was like, what the hell? People in cities walk places more. Like, yeah, I would assume what we noticed when we were there was essentially if you were walking the strip like back and forth, like literally back and forth, it was fine. The second you took a left turn, like off the strip, there was like, if there was a road, you were lucky, or like a sidewalk, you were lucky. Otherwise, it was just road. Like there was just 4 cars, nothing else. Most of the time, you needed to take a taxi if you wanted to go somewhere that wasn't like the immediate area, because it was so, like everything was shut down. There was no like walkability at all. They literally had like sectioned off with concrete walls and like metal like fences that so that you couldn't walk across the road or anything like that. Out in farm country, yeah, I mean, then everything is walkable, like if you're brave enough. Pretty sure the drivers were side-eyeing us real hard. 2 Swedes just casually walking on the edge of the road, not knowing where they were going. Good times. Yeah, and at the same time, half the town's roads were shut down because they were rebuilding it for like Formula 1 or something, like the Grand Prix or whatever. Which made it even worse. But like, we have addicts and criminals running around the city. We had that in my little tiny town where I grew up as well. Like 1,500 people lived in that town. But hey, we got to a target. Yeah, it just took 40 minutes of walking, like wondering where the crap are we. We were like in demolition zones and stuff. Like, we were like, eh? But yeah, like the little town that we lived in, 1,500 people, and like There was organized crime in that town. I shit you not. Yeah, but on the way back we had the best breakfast. Oh yeah, at that like rock cafe kind of thing. They had like a Mexican breakfast burrito, something, with like homemade lemonade, free refills, big ones. Love that. Lurk. Faye is gonna lurk. Welcome to lurk. Now let's see here. I have completely forgotten. Let's start with hooking you up. So I can take off another 300. Putting you down to 290 copper ore. Nice, we don't need a lot of more copper to finish that part. Then we need... Boom, boom, boom. You guys. Hello, hello. Ooh, oh. I can very much feel that I've been up since 4 in the morning. Like, I'm having fun. I'm not in any kind of like misery state or anything like that. Just a little bit sleepy. Oh, there we go. Ooh, thank you so much for subscribing, MavTube. For another subscriber on YouTube. They are just popping up, aren't they? That's really cool. Really happy about that. I'm also happy, like, we seem to have a good mix between viewers. We have 7 on YouTube and 4 on Twitch. Alright, so we have another train coming in with all the iron and copper from over there. Like, it's really funny when you need like trains to move things inside a single city or like a single base. We need 900 coal. So here's what I'm thinking. I'm going to bring up the coal we need from these 3 nodes. If I remember correctly, they are all that's an impure, normal, and then the last one is up here, normal. All right, so if we merge the 2 impures, right? So let's just do this. That's one of the impures. Boom, ba-dum, bum, bum, bum. That's another of the impures. I'm gonna do this. Breakfast burrito and alcohol for breakfast was the first. Yeah, I mean, that is the experience. We were in Vegas. Vegas, baby! And let's see. adding these walls in. Ba-ba-bam. And then we can bring the power node there, to there, up on the cliff, and then connect you up here. Dum 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 dum. And then that's 150. And then we can bring you down. That was a little bit too much there, and then whoop. And I think that's the big one we needed. Like, not the big one we needed. I think that's what we do so far. We just need to know where to bring them up later. And then there, just adding in some protective walls here. And then we can remove the first stick. And let's see if we can add in... Nope, not that direction. Let's go this direction. And then you go here. Whoop-a-doo. And down. No. Oh no. And you come out from the wall. And then we connect you up. And you're aligned to the foundations instead. Bring you over. And then we got two nodes over here. Got you, which needs a miner. There. It's a foul. Then you connect up. Let's see. Thanks. Well, first, thank you for subscribing, Simon Thomas on YouTube, and then Michael, you said thanks. By the way, thank you for your Mark 1, Mark 2 pipe video. I had so much flow issues with Mark 2. Yeah, that's the. We said it before when we were talking. Like, if you have a 1% discrepancy with a Mark 1 belt, and that's full belt, that's you missing 3 cubic meters. If you do the same thing with a Mark II belt, that's you missing 6 cubic meters per minute. And then that exasperates down the line and becomes worse. So if you have a 1% discrepancy on every junction, you have 10 junctions, that's you missing 60 cubic meters total. Or 30 in a Mark 1. There's a big difference. So yeah. And the thing is, like, if you're gonna use Mark IIs, you need to be so fastidious with, like, eliminating every little inefficiency in your system. And I did that with this one over here. This system has technically eliminated every single inefficiency, every little one. Like, this is one single ecosystem. This is, like, it blows my mind that I built this. Like, the entire purpose of this entire system is to make a little bit of petroleum coke over here, like just a little bit. 2,400 plastic, and a 2,000, I think 50 or like 2,040 rubber. Yeah, like I can use the Mark II, but that's also because I spent an inordinate amount of time double checking that every single piece of it is running at 100% efficiency. It's just not being fully utilized, and the inefficiency of not being fully utilized compounds ultimately in the absolute long run, shutting down the system. So if I ran this for like 5 or 6 hours, it would shut down entirely. It would back up the entire system. But once I'm making my package turbo fuel, it can run at 100% efficiency. Right now, it is not. But I've gone through every single piece of pipe that you see in this system and double checked that when it's running at 100%, it's actually running at 100%. And I think I spent 60 hours in game building this system, give or take. I just get so annoyed if I notice it's not running 100% efficient. That's absolutely perfect. Like, I don't know, Michael, have you watched my video named The 7 Worst Mistakes You Make Playing This Game? Not yet. Okay. I would put that like top of the queue. Not just because like, yay, I get view time, but like top of the queue, I would put that. Because like there are people watching that have said like, okay, this is not just like good for like the game. This is like good life advice kind of thing. And I bring up some, in my opinion, pretty detrimental mistakes, because I don't qualify the mistake as like, hey, you're not using the right alternate recipes, or you're not being efficient over here, or you're not, like, whatever it is. What I qualify as mistakes when you're playing the game are things that makes you enjoy the game less, that like affects you on a psychological level when you're playing the game, that because you're doing them, they hurt your enjoyment of the game. That is what I qualify as mistakes when you play the game. And I made a video detailing those, like the 7 big ones that I think most players can relate to at least one of them. If they can only relate to one of them, they are incredibly self-aware and work very hard on themselves. I know I can at least once a week relate to like one of those mistakes constantly. So 100% recommend watching that one. But what I would I say I get them, but I like the challenge of making everything 100% efficient. Yeah, and as long as that challenge doesn't, like, because that's something that I can do. 100%, this is something that I'm guilty of. I will give myself a challenge that is unrealistic with my abilities, my skills, my experience, and my capacity to actually achieve. For example, like if I gave myself the goal, like, make enough high quality videos that I reach 10,000 subscribers in the next 2 weeks. That is not a realistic goal. So it's like, if you're going to give yourself a challenge, like, you need to be very self-aware of what constitutes a challenge where you will have a pot of gold at the end. And that pot of gold is not so far away and over so, like, mountainous of an area that when you get there, you don't feel it was worth it anymore. Essentially. Because that happens a lot. At least it happens a lot for me. It happens a lot for a lot of people that I know. Where they are like, yeah, love challenge. Like, I'm a challenge junkie. Ask anyone who knows me. I love challenges. Like, to my own detriment. Sometimes. But I also get to the point where it's like, it stopped being worth it. Like, the cost of reaching that, like, what I needed to achieve that challenge, to win, was so expensive in terms of energy and other things that it wasn't worth it in the end. And, like, it takes a lot of self-discipline and self-awareness to even be aware that what your range of, like, reasonable challenge is, right? And that's not something that you always gauge right. Like, I gauge that wrong all the time. But one of the things that I tend to give as an advice when people are struggling with the whole, like, why can't I get everything to 100% efficiency? Change. I have around 850, 900 hours into the game now. Still gives me enough challenges. Yeah. Like, I'm 2,000 hours in. I'm still challenged. Like, every time I log into the game, I like, there's something new happening that I never would have imagined having to deal with. Like, a problem, something that pops up, or a new way of doing things that I didn't think about before. I love watching people's videos, anyone's videos on Satisfactory, specifically because of that. There's always shit to do, but that's also a little bit of a trap. Because if you have an endless, like, and this is like, I don't know if you have, like, ADHD or anything like that. I have ADHD, like, diagnosed, and one of the biggest traps for me is when a task does not have an end in sight. And with what I mean by that is, for example, if you do laundry, there's always laundry to do, right? There's always shit to do. But because, like, if I finish the laundry, I go down to the laundry room, I fill the laundry machines, I do the stuff, I make sure that it's dried, I bring it up, I fold the laundry, I put it in, right? Once that is done, there's like in the back of my head, there's always this thing going like, this was completely useless because you're not actually done with laundry, because you need to do laundry again next week. Same thing goes for dishes. Like, repeating cyclical tasks are never actually finished, right? So if you are someone who is like like for me, for example, I need to make sure that I can finish something and it is done. I don't have to touch that again. I don't have to go back and like do a cycle again with that thing. Because if I do, and if I do that too many times, then that task becomes never finished. Even if I've crossed it off my checklist, I'm like, I have brushed my teeth, I have done the laundry, I have done the dishes, I have vacuumed, I have done like, okay, but I need to do that bullshit again and again and again and again and again and again, which means that ultimately, even if you check that off your checklist, you feel like you're lying to yourself. Which sucks, right? Let me just see here. Can you guys see and hear me? My chat just decided to die here. Give me a second. Okay, that's... I can... Freeze more like I'm a perfectionist. Yes. And... we can see in here. Okay, yeah. So it's just my chat that died. Cool. Cool beans. Cool beans. Thank you so much, Restream. It's just saying that I have no channels. Okay, now it's reconnecting to them. I'm getting an error on Twitch. I'm reading the on stream, like the restream chat on the stream. For me, it's more like I'm a perfectionist. The thing is, like, on one hand, I think perfectionists. Okay, Twitch is on again. Okay, perfect. Whenever I build something, I'm like, man, I can do better, and completely redo it. Yeah, and that's the problem, right? And because here's the thing. There has to be a balance in your life and I'm saying this as someone who's like I've walked in, I ran into the wall head first. First time I did that, I was 14. I was training as an elite athlete. I was training to be a professional athlete in martial arts specifically. And I was training for that. And I was training so hard that I ran straight into the wall. Because here's the thing. Every time you throw a punch, you think, how can I do the next one step better? And every time you do a roll, every time you do a throw, a lock, like whatever it is, it's like, how can I do that thing one step better? How can I get like one step better, like closer to perfection? But the thing is, perfection doesn't really exist. There's no such thing. And what I realized, and I realized that the hard way, like I'm saying this as, like, I went through it. Like health problems, mental health problems, and physical health problems. Let's just put it like this. When I think I was like 18, when I did a health checkup for insurance purposes, and I was told by the doctors after they did a x-ray of me, like they check my joints and stuff, check my general health in like bone structures and stuff, and they basically go with like, yeah, pretty much your joints wear and tear is like roughly equivalent to someone who is like 60 years old. When I was 18, because I was pushing so hard. And you can see like there's an equivalent kind of wear and tear on your mind when you're pushing yourself. And the danger of doing that, like, I'm not saying that you're doing this, I'm just saying that like this is something to be aware of. And if you recognize yourself in this, then you're in the like yellow light zone, like this is something to keep an eye on, right? If this is not something that you can relate to at all, then just ignore it, right? reached that 35-year-old cliff early. Oh yeah, like very early. Like right now, like every day, I have like, okay, which joints are hurting today? Today it's my left hand. Like these two joints specifically are like there, and then I can't like close my hand anymore. The rest of my fingers are fine, but these, there, and then like if I close them a little bit more, that's like excruciating pains. Yeah, my joints started going when I was 40. Yeah, my joints started going way earlier, like half that. So basically, I was told if you don't work out regularly for pretty much the rest of your life, you are going to end up in a wheelchair. And if you if you were to stop training now, you would be in a wheelchair before you're 30. Permanently. That's how bad it was. I've basically fallen apart between 35 and 39. Yeah, I mean, that can be anything from like genetics to lifestyle choices to like hobbies changing, or like going from a very active lifestyle or work career or whatever to a very sedentary one. That very much can affect things as well. But either way, Michael, talking about like the perfectionism thing, is that when you are driving yourself so hard that in the end you feel like, okay, I've achieved this thing, right? I've achieved perfection. I can't see a way to improve. Your brain is still trained to not accept that at that point. So that's danger number one. So you will see actual, like you have achieved for you perfection. There is no road forward. Like your level, max level, whatever, your max level paladin, you cannot get to your level like 100. You can't get to 101. That doesn't exist. You have the best gear, you have the best skills, you have the best, like everything is meta build, whatever. It's perfect. But your brain is still telling you, you not seeing that makes you bad. My big toe is the worst. You would be surprised how much you can use your big toe. Yeah, literally every step. Yeah. Sometimes it's my toes too. Yeah, it jumps toes, knees, hips, neck, fingers, elbows, shoulders. Pretty much everything I've broken, which is pretty much everything. So that's danger number one when you're dealing with like when you're a perfectionist, is that when you actually achieve perfection, you hit two states: shame or depression. You see this with like Olympic athletes and stuff like that that go out and they train their entire life. They push themselves so hard to become the best, to win that gold medal, and then they get there and they win and they get depressed because they've achieved what they perceive as perfection and they have no road forwards. But they have built their entire mental health structure around progressing. And they have no way of doing that. Like, that's dangerous for someone that is a perfectionist, that pushes for that. The second danger for a perfectionist is when you push yourself to always progress. You forget to be happy with what you have. And there needs to be a balance struck between those two. Striving for becoming better without forsaking the happiness in what you have achieved. And when you can find that balance, you will be happy with 95% and not feel like you have to achieve 100% to succeed, but it will still be enjoyable to strive for it without there being like a stress to it, if that makes sense. And I'm saying this as someone who is like, I'm 30, well, I turned 35 this year, and like I got the message from the doctors when I was 8, and like I stopped competing when I was 16, or competing seriously when I was 16, because I was at a martial arts competition or tournament, and I win the competition. And then I get home and I'm basically like, I can barely walk on my left leg, which is my defensive side, right? It's the one that I'm using to block kicks and stuff. I'm like, I can basically don't walk on my left leg. What am I gonna do? So I go to the doctors. They x-ray my tibia, or my shin, pretty much. I don't even know what the tibia is. I don't know why I said that. They x-ray my shin, and what they come up with is, hey, you have 12 fractures in your shin. You are lucky that it hasn't snapped from the pressure of you walking on it. That's how bad it was. And I realized that, like, if I'm competing at that level, this is going to be every competition. Something is going to be like this every competition. Because the people I'm competing against are going to be somewhat the same skill level and size as me. Which means that if I compete 4 times a year, 5 times a year, depending on which competition you're in, or which league, I would not function by the time I'm 30. Like, I would be broken physically, is what I realized. So I was like, I'm not competing. And then I did the insurance thing when I was 18. It was like, hey, here's the damage already done. Here's what you need to do to, like, mitigate that and prevent it from further deteriorating. Your mind is the same thing. And when I learned that, I learned to, how do I put this? Make use of the plateau. And with that, I mean, like, if we pull that to a gaming sense. So, instead of 100%, strive for 95% efficiency and everything. Like, on purpose. Because then suddenly, a lot of things are going to be hella easy. And 2, you will have a very clear room to improve. And when you gear your mind like that, if I, like, can get my headspace right, if you can get your, like, mind to automatically do that for you, you basically go to that 95% and you master being at 95% efficiency. Satisfactory is great to help maintain mental acuity, yes. I also recommend Islands of Insight for that. Islands of Insight is a great puzzle game. I gave Empress as a birthday present. I think it was a birthday present. Some kind of present. Yeah. John Emmert on YouTube said, Satisfactory is great to help maintain mental acuity. And I said, yes, Satisfactory is great for that, and so is Islands of Insight. Islands of Insight is a puzzle game with a lot of, like, intricate 3D, like, puzzles and stuff like that. Empress give you a lot more detail on what kind of puzzles there are, but there's, like, if I remember correctly, there's, like, over 1,000 puzzles in that game to solve. Like, it's gonna take you a while, good long while. $10K, yeah, and they keep adding. Like, it's built as an MMO, so you are constantly like, in a constantly evolving world kind of thing, which is really cool. But yeah, like having the drive to perfect something isn't a bad thing. But just like anything else, you need to have good coding though. Computer go boom. Yeah, it's not necessarily the most optimized game, and it's made in Unreal Engine, so big graphics card is recommended. You're running on a 20, what is it, 2070, 2060? Something 20 series. Don't ask me. Well, I am asking you. I think that if you can find that balance, I have a 3060, and I think I could run it. So I can run this with Luminon at max. So I think that should be fine. It's the, like, I have pretty beefy like RAM. I'm like, it's not AM5 or anything like that, but we have pretty beefy like CPUs and RAM because we do a lot of like video editing stuff on both of our computers. I got a 4070 Super and run so good on it. Nice. But I have run 1.0 on a 1660 Ti previously. Nice. Like, what was it? I went from a 1050. You're looking for the graphics card, GPU. It's always at 100%, but I haven't noticed any problems on a Ryzen 5 560 or 5600. Yeah. A lot of like what happens in the background is that it automatically downscales when it's not capable of rendering or like computing things. So for if your CPU, for example, if your CPU is the one thing hitting 100, then what tends to be happening is that the tick speed goes down. And when the tick speed goes down, it means that your belts aren't providing the actual numbers that they are listed as. So, for example, a Mark 6 belt might not be running at your desired 1200. It might be running at like 1100 or 1000 or whatever, because that's the limit of the CPU. So it's a it's not that the game will just like, nope, you can't do this and crash. Old games did that. So can't find it. I can find the Ryzen, but I don't recognize any of the other words. If you open, right? So if you open your Windows taskbar and you go into and you right click NVIDIA settings and you open NVIDIA control panel, then you should be able to see which one you do have. Let's see. Let's see if I can find it. It's just system info. RTX 2060. Yeah, okay, yeah, that's the one. Yeah. So you have an RTX 2060. That's not bad. Like, that's a good card. They tend to run a little bit hot and use an inordinate amount of power compared to their performance, but there's nothing wrong with them. And yeah, like I think like on my YouTube, pretty much every single video, I'm putting like all of my system info. So it should be in the YouTube description for any of my videos, or for a lot of my videos. Like, I don't remember when I started doing it. Damn it. Are you kidding me? My computer renders videos faster than yours despite having an older version. Yes, because we are not using the graphics card for encoding, we're using the CPU. And your CPU is better than mine. And your RAM has better timings than mine does too. So your computer is better in all the other ways, even if my graphics card is better. The graphics card is really good at rendering my games, essentially. So it's quite rare that they have the combo of components that you have, but it works. And the reason why I went for the 3060 is because I play a lot of like Satisfactory and stuff like that. Otherwise, I would have gone with the A20 series instead. They were a lot cheaper at that point. I'm gonna replace my 7800 X3D with a 9800 X3D. That is beastly, because you can use the same hardware. Yeah, that's on the AM5, right? So you're using DDR5 memory and stuff. And then I'll just replace my 5800 X3D for another sound. Yeah. So you have two computers. One with a 7800 X3D. And one with a 5800 X3D right now. That's cool. Let's see. We need to power you. I'm having so good conversations that I'm very bad at progressing here in the game, but I do enjoy the conversation, so I'm not gonna stop that. Unless you feel like I should be focusing on the game better. Correct. One of my girlfriends plays and one at home. Okay, okay. Okay, so the mining is starting there. Let's get you to 300. Let's get you to 300. That is 900 coal. Done, pretty much. Both systems kind of look the same. Core share components as much as possible to just stick with one ecosystem. Yeah, that's technically, like, that's always the easiest thing to do. A lot of people don't like the ICUE, but for me it works flawless. If it works, then that's what you want, go for it. I got my computer from PC Specialist. So I basically told them, hey, these are the parts I want. They build it, they test it, they check it, they install what I want to have installed, and then they send it to me. And if something goes nuts with the computer, they fix it. And if I need to upgrade something with the computer or want to upgrade something with the computer, I send it back and they fix. Got your for Digital Storm, nice. You know, I feel like I should know what you're talking about, seeing as I work in tech, but I know nothing. No, the thing is, the only reason why I know is because I literally spent like months in advance of getting like new computer parts or new anything, checking out every single review of the past like 3 generations that I can find. Like, what are we expecting in the new stuff? What's making sense price-wise? What is like everything that they do the building test and such too. Yeah, that's really good. I like that, like the PC Builder service thing. Like, I like building my own computer, but at that point it was like, I can't make a mistake here. I need this to work. We can't afford that this goes to shit. I need it to work for, like, because back then I went to school, there was work involved, plus like most of my social life was happening with the games. I need this to work. So I was like, the pros can build it. But building PCs from scratch, yeah. I even soldered. What's it called? The little heat stick that you use with lead to attach things and fix things and whatever. Like when I went to high school, I actually fixed a motherboard. Solder, yeah. I fixed a motherboard by hand using a solder, like by doing soldering. I was given a broken one, and they told me like practice precision, and I was like, with this like neat thing that you like had you put in front of one of your eyes so you can see like a tiny thing, and you had like these like tweezers with like tiny things and like a needle, heated needle thing to be able to do it. It was hell. And let's and it took me, because I was done with every other task that we had for the semester, so I basically just did that to keep myself busy. Not so much free fun and more like F-bombs. Like, it was a lot of fucks. It was a lot of like wishing death upon the people who invented microelectronics and stuff like that. But yeah, back then I was walking the path of like high school path, like pre-laid path of if I had continued that whole thing, it would have become, I would have become a electrical engineer. But I said, nah, screw electrical engineer, and I went for I switched schools to martial arts school instead. Because I literally went to school to study the blade while you guys were out dating. I went the full edgelord. Like, I have a high school diploma to prove that I was an edgelord. I tried soldering, but I'm like, yeah, no, yeah, like it's one of those things that you kind of like my dad like and he had the best stories when it comes to this. My grandfather was a what is it, watchmaker? Yeah, watchmaker. And he, like, my dad was like super fascinated by it, basically going like, oh, I'm gonna do this too. Oh, I want to work this, like, as a kid. And my grandfather at that point had just turned to him and just said like, no, this is not for you. And he's like, but why? And it, like, an empress, and they listen to this. He told, like, my grandfather, you know my dad, you've seen my dad, He told, my grandfather told my dad, you do not have the patience to become a watchmaker. Soldering is kind of the same thing. Like, you need to enjoy being patient. Yeah. Like, my dad, I have ADHD. I was a rowdy kid. And then dial that up by 100. I was angry. I was violent. I had all the focus problems. I was everything except a like pleasant child to be around, especially as a parent. My dad, during my entire growing up, has only ever been angry with me twice. Like, openly angry with me. That's his level of patience. And my grandfather was like, you don't have the patience to be a watchmaker. That's insane. Patience isn't my strong suit. Like, I think I have pretty average patience nowadays. I think that my patience... Yeah, that's the thing. I couldn't do it for a long time or anything, but for a little bit, it's fun. That's the thing. When you're, like, building a clock, that little bit for fun is still, like, 6 hours of not moving anything but, like, micro tweezing. Like, put that over there, and then it's gonna be the next one over there, and then I'm there, and then the blueprints say I should put that over there, or not blueprints, schematics saying, like, okay. Then that one go over there, but that's wrong alignment, so now you need to align the cogs so they're in the right position so that the mechanism, like, you have about the same level of patience as a cat, honey, which is to say, none. Like, I'm saying that knowing you have had the patience of a saint when it comes to me. But in any other regard, it's pretty much now. Especially when you deal with yourself. Yourself and learning. My cat is also watching your stream. Your cat has great taste in mid streamers, or like lower end mid streamers. I would like to disagree, but I really can't. It's like, I love you for the patience you've shown me over the years, because I know I have been a pain in the ass at times. I also know that whatever patience you've given me, you have never extended to yourself. And maybe that's where it should go. Let's fix that. You are done. I didn't come here to get called out. Oh, I'm doing all the callouts. Oh, oh, sorry. I came here to talk about how I love nukes. We've seen that. We played Helldivers 2. We played Helldivers 2. You got nuked. Oh no, wait, sorry. That was me. After I pointed out the nuke, I was standing by, I'm going like, ooh, this is an undetonated nuke. You're like, okay. And then you explode it. My first death was by your hand. Well, shouldn't it be by someone you know? Shouldn't it be by a friend? That train came from that direction, which makes me a little bit worried. That's the rubber train. So I'm just going to double check that everything is working over here. Path signal. Path signal. That's a path signal. Lock signal. No, I mean, that's the whole point of Helldivers 2. Exactly! You're showing your new conglomerate heart, and I'm proud. I mean, I do like the new conglomerates. I do enjoy the feel of their weapons a lot more than the others. Let me see here. We still need 290 copper ore. Let me just put that in here that I have gathered. 2010 copper ore. We have 900. We have achieved the 900 coal. Do we have any other copper nearby? I think I remember one piece of copper. Most of what we're gonna see here is, or all of it, is just going to come up as like collected. Yeah. But if I remember correctly, there should be a piece of, or like a node of copper up there. That's a node of copper. That's a normal node. Which would technically be enough. I also know that I wanted to make a station out here. to pick up all the stuff over here. So we have 2 pure iron nodes, and there should be another one here. Yeah. So that's another pure iron node, and if I remember correctly, yep, and there's a bunch of limestone as well. Normal, normal, and the third one is normal. Well, that's another 900 limestone, that's always good to have. And then a pure copper node. So there is a bunch of resources out here that I would like to collect. And the reason why I want to collect these here is because I also want to collect this Caterium. Because we need 800 Caterium. So. Yes, we enjoy the feel of it when it hits us in the back. This is a reference to PlanetSide 2, by the way, for anyone who feels left out. Yeah, I came here to talk about how I love Skiana, spray water. Or just nuke me. I would, but that might hit your cat. Ah, true that. Why haven't you joined the Discord server and sent cat pictures yet? I just joined. Ah, cool. Always cool, always cool. Always cool to have new people in the Discord server. And yeah, once again, like, I don't understand these people. Like, I appreciate the hustle culture. 100%. Like, go for the bag. Like, get your money. Make business. All that stuff. But if I am explicitly saying I am not interested, I am not a potential customer, when I am looking for graphics work, I will go to my close personal friends that knows this stuff and that I will work with. And they're like, yeah, whatever. Add me on Discord. Do you want me to send you samples? Am I talking to a wall? Like, that's kind of what it feels like. And it's if you like, here's the thing. Sales 101. Listen to the person you're trying to sell to. Thanks you so much for subscribing, La Tweet, and on YouTube. It's really cool. Thank you so much. It's so cool. Like, we had a lot of people subscribing, but yeah, like the whole concept of like sales is to resolve a need for a person. And if you're going like, when I'm saying I do not have the need that your services are trying to fulfill, that makes no sense. And I'm saying this as someone who has worked with like account management and e-commerce, marketing. Like, I've worked with all that kind of stuff. I worked with high tickets, like contract sales. I've worked with all of this stuff. And regardless of if you're selling, like, if you're a telemarketer selling like phones or whatever, or like whatever it is you're selling, or on whatever level you're selling it, like, number one, ascertain that the customer or the person you're talking to has the need for the thing you're selling. That makes sense, right? That's a 1 + 1 = 2 process, right? And like, sometimes the person you're talking to, the person you're like scouting for, like, is this a good person to try to sell to or not? they are not necessarily aware of their need, right? Which is fine. Like, and if they're not aware of their need, you, as the salesperson selling the product, you, like, part of what makes you good is being able to ask the questions that ascertains whether or not that need exists. And if you're really good at it, ascertaining that the need exists also makes the person you're talking to realize that the need exists. If that doesn't happen, the person you are talking to is not your target audience to sell your product, service, whatever it is to. No, I got a request when I started streaming, like early on in the stream, and I just saw that like I literally said like, I do not accept friend requests. I do not take this. I do not, and they were like, okay, but I joined the Discord and like, and then they sent a friend request and they wrote in the Twitch chat like, hey, I've sent a friend request. Can you please accept it? I'm like, I literally said I'm not gonna do that. And it's like, I just looked at Discord now, so I saw that was happening. I was like, the crap, man. No, I looked at the Discord now and I saw the friend request and I rejected it. Like, that was when I first came in. Yeah. No, not you. Like, not you, Michael. Like, this was like, it took me less than 2 seconds to see what was gonna happen. Yeah. If you just show up and you're like, hey, person X, I have no idea about your needs. I have no idea about your current situation. I have no information about who you are as a person and how to talk to you. However, buy my shit. I'm not gonna buy your shit on principle. But also, if I'm saying I don't have the need, don't go to the point where you even say, hey, buy my shit. I do keep an eye on them in my Discord. Yep. I know, and sometimes let's check in chatting. Oh, that's a cute cat. And then Empress sent a cute cat gif. That's basically just her face. That's an adorable cat. Very nice. Let me see here. In the lobby. I'm just gonna do there we go. Perfect. So many cat pics. Love the cat pics. Very nice. No, sorry. I basically just kicked the salesperson. Yeah, I mean, Discord turning into catcore is perfectly fine for me. I'm happy with that. As long as it, like, here's the thing. If it's other people are having a conversation, just move it to the meme chat, like meme dump instead. Like, that's fine. Like, meme dump is like where you dump the meme conversations as well, so. But yeah, I basically just kicked them so that they're not in the server. I get that all the time in loads of Discords I'm in, so I know the party line. Yeah. Agreed, Faye. I kicked them on your recommendation. Like, it's a good call. I think it's a good call, so I'm doing that. Now let me check here. I need to put up a station. How many station bits do I need? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then 8. Do we have anything else nearby that I should be picking up with that train? Not with that train, but we have a bunch of coal up here for a different train. And do we have anything over here? I can't remember if there was like SAM or like SAM anywhere here. There's something in here aside from like booters. No. There's so many big caves in the rocky desert that I always forget like which ones have ore nodes in them and which do not. And yeah, I think that's it. Actually, should I bring over these guys as well? Because that's another normal node copper, a 9-stone normal, and then 3 normal iron nodes. Yeah, well, no, basically I just wrote like the reason for kick kind of thing. That's basically what I was doing. So many cats. That orange tabby that XPK sent, I have a feeling it is planning genocide. It is just too small to achieve it yet. And yes, that little blip. That is how it tricks you into believing that it's innocent. Faye, here's a fun thing. Do it. Stand in front of the truck. See what happens. I promise you're not gonna die. The orange one is an absolute unit and an idiot now. Yeah, I mean, duh. Orange tabby. That is what they do. It's in their DNA. It's their programming. They have an extraordinary amount of brain cells. 1. That is extraordinary. I have been jettisoned off a mountain. I died from falling previously. Okay. Because normally when you get run over by a truck, you just get like, and then like you ragdoll and then you get up. with no damage done to you. It's a great way to get all those like knots out after a long day of like conveyor belt building. So if I bring all of that in... Hello, Choo Choo. We have 7 of them over here. 8 with that one. 9, 10, 11. 12. 13. 13 cars in this train. Woo! And... Cat's Blade, yeah. Cat's Blade 281, yep. I'm writing a haiku. I don't even remember how to write haikus. So long ago. This jack blade after 10 hours in Satisfactory? Is that what you're saying? I mean, you're not wrong. That's yeah, Empress can confirm. I'm like, if I spend 10 hours playing Satisfactory, I am not in a functioning state after that. Then there's no dinner. Yeah, like if I've been spending that much time playing, like I'm dead. I'm not cooking anything. Let me see here. If I do that right. And then that. Should be enough. That means I will have the station. Do station will be there. Hello, Values TV. 10 hours is just a warm-up. Yeah. It used to be. It's a whole different beast when those 10 hours has to be followed up by video editing. And then fixing with the thumbnail and doing the metadata and stuff like that. Like Satisfactory, when I was just playing, would be fine. But now that I have to consider the content creation side of things too, there's like an added drain to it that I was aware of, but not really prepared for how strong the drain would be. I still play a shit ton of Satisfactory, don't get me wrong. Like, they're just a lot more shorter sessions rather than like one 10-hour session. Cat's Blade mod replaces all kitten in phobia mode with Jack. Spiders would be less unsettling. Yeah. That is very true. It would just be emojis of me. Like all my emojis that Empress has made. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I need more platform. And then 1, 2 of those, and then I need an additional like that. If you do it from the heart, it doesn't seem like a chore. Like, not so much a chore. It's literally just that. How do I put it? I've learned a lot about myself over the past few years. Having gone through like 3 burnouts, my energy pool is severely limited, and what takes energy from that is not the same as what it is for others. Because what takes energy from my energy pool is most often not based on my enjoyment of things. It is based on the amount of subtasks within it, like subparts within it. For example, watching a show that I've watched 10 times before, that's just one task. Pay attention. Or not even pay attention, just process information. While, for example, like building this train station has a multitude of different tasks to it. For example, I need to count the amount of resource nodes. I need to identify where those resource nodes are. I also need to plan in my head before I do it where I will, or how I will transport all those resources to their intended like platforms or freight platforms, and then which freight platform is for which resource, and like all that kind of stuff. And those become subtasks. And the more of those there are, the more draining the whole activity becomes for me. More or less. And things that for other people is just one task, like there's no subtasks, chore or not. For me, there are a lot of subtasks. Because a lot of what other people do manually, like, or automatically, without thinking about it, is manual for me. One thing at a time, yes. The problem is then, for me to be productive in a game, like making videos or with chores, with actual chores, like, for example, if I'm washing dishes manually and not using the dishwasher, then, like, logically, the task, like, I have a plate. So if I wash that plate and I put it to dry, that is logically 2 tasks. Like, it is washing it, drying it. But for me, and like in terms of what drains me because of my ADHD, is that in my head that is divided up. So task number 1 is choose which plate, and then I have to like wash the plate in terms of like just wet it. I need to pick which brush I should be using to most effectively clean this plate. Make sure that it has enough laundry or like washing detergent on it. All of those are subtasks, and they take like their own level of energy, and those, they are not like scaled to the level of like how small the task is, because sometimes a tiny task like fold the laundry becomes a massive thing because of it. ADHD is a chore, yes. And if you think about it too much on any one task, you wind up never starting, yes. And I'm medicated, and I still have those problems, right? It's just that I'm more aware, and I'm more clear-minded So makes it easier to energy manage. And that's something big that I learned, like stop time managing, start energy managing was a big thing that I learned to help me manage my ADHD. So even if I have 10 hours to do, you're having a much easier time now that you're medicating. Yes. Yeah, definitely. My circus crew in my brain is getting educated in efficient work. What do you call it? In efficient task management. Is the best way to put it. The best description that I got of like people starting taking ADHD medication was they likened your brain on without the medication to a circus where everything is kind of like the routines are grown or like organically. Your coping methods and what gets you through the day is kind of like whatever works. Like there's a method to it, but if you just look at it, it's madness, right? And then when you start taking medication, they switch out the normal circus manager, the boss, with a Harvard-trained, like MBA super business manager instead, who comes in and just goes like, boop, 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 boop. And the circus works really, really well. Like suddenly everything, all peak efficiency, everything happens, everything like lines up, it works, every task is done, nothing is forgotten, boom, everything is there. But the crew working in your brain does not have the endurance to work at that efficiency. So what happens is people who take ADHD medication tend to burn out very quickly. Because their crew, your brain, is not built to function efficiently. And what I'm doing by energy managing is I'm keeping an eye on my crew, my circus crew, the yokels in there playing havoc, so that I'm building their endurance over time. They get better at it. They get better at handling tasks efficiently. Yeah, let's build. Thank you so much for being here. Yeah. We'll see you guys. And I saw your message before. Let's see, what did you write? Currently playing Satisfactory by not playing Satisfactory. Sadly, not much time for game, pretty busy the past few months. That's just life. Sometimes you have a lot more to do, sometimes you have less to do. So it's... You're going to get back there. Like, I know you will. The level of love that you have displayed for the game, this is going to be one of those games you're going to go back to for the rest of your life, as long as it's available. And then... Faye said, I also have ADHD, but I've never been medicated. I just learned to manage with a horde of little people running around, my brain screaming with the hair on fire. Yeah. That is pretty much how I felt. I described it as a snowstorm. Like when my ADHD chaos hit. Or like today as well. Like if it hits now, it's the same thing. It's just that I can slow down what's happening consciously and handle it. But basically, I described it as a snowstorm in your head. Like when that hit, when all the thoughts are coming, and that whatever, like your brain just won't shut off, and it's just screaming at 190 miles an hour down a highway, and you're behind the wheel, but like there's someone else driving, and like this, it's absolute crap. I described it as a snowstorm, and your job is to, in that snowstorm, using a pair of chopstick, try and catch a snowflake. I'm still pushing for my terrible coding project. I hate it and kind of like it at the same time. I mean, as long as you're enjoying it. Ever try smoking weed? I haven't actively smoked weed, but I've been like getting the second-hand smoke from like when I've been to like concerts and parties and stuff. And when I get affected by weed, what happens is, like, and this is like for me, I don't know how it affects other people with ADHD, like, but for me, the way that it affects me is, imagine getting stuck in tar and everything else around you is moving at super speeds. So my brain slows down, I slow down to the point where if something happens, my body will have reacted to it intuitively before my brain has the chance to evaluate that impulse and decide whether or not to do it. Which, for me, is a really bad thing. And it is like panic inducing. And then it stays like that for a couple of, like, for 4 hours when that hits. Not fun. Let me tell you that. Okay, let's see. Did I build this too close? I think I built this too close. So yeah, like for me, the best thing that I have done to manage my ADHD, like regardless of medication, has been physical exercise and extremely like cerebral physical exercise. Exercise that requires me to be focused and in the moment. Specifically, martial arts. Like any other exercise, I can do the exercise and I feel tired, worked through, and happy, both mentally and physically. But I also feel tired. But when I do martial arts, if I'm on the boxing bag, or if I'm in sparring with someone, or if I'm doing like katas, or if I'm doing like series, like whatever I'm doing, then I have all of that, but I'm also energized and happier after. So martial arts was my savior. Like I started practicing when I was 9, and I became a trainer when I was 14. And I did, when I was doing at my most, I was doing like 40 something hours of training every week of martial arts. At some point, I trained like 5 different martial arts at the same time. I just needed more. It's what taught me how to manage my ADHD with the ethics and the discipline that they provided, essentially. Empress said, I'm not off of my desk, so I'm gonna go to sleep. Yes. I have another like half an hour or so, and then I'm gonna join you. John Emmert says, I smoked as a teenager. Now that I'm retired and no longer working on government projects, I just got back from the dispensary. Nice. Well, here in Sweden, THC is still not legal. Which, you know, sucks for a lot of people that like really needs it. Let's see if I can do this. I don't like that curve. I need to flatten that curve. So yeah, like ADHD is like such an individual. Like what works for me doesn't maybe not work for Ray. What Faye? Faye. I mixed your or like Faye Rose, and I put the Rose in front of Faye, so I said Ray. Faye. Like what works for Faye might be like having the opposite effect on me, and vice versa. So it's incredibly difficult to just know exactly how to handle ADHD on like as a blanket. Hey, I have solved ADHD for everyone, blah blah blah. Like, no, you have solved ADHD for you if it works for you. That's okay. I'll answer to most things. Yeah, okay. I know some people, and that's like their prerogative, are quite sensitive about their names. They want to be called very specific things, and I can respect that. So I am always checking extra and apologizing if I do misname in any way, shape, or form. All right. Let's see if I can get this done. You need to be there. You need to be there. I am going to do this. I got a CBD spray recently. It seems to be helping with anxiety unless it's a placebo effect. Hey, as long as it's helping, it doesn't matter. As far as I'm concerned. Did I do that wrong? Yep. Scratch my brain there that something was off there. There we go. And then can do their right hand turn. No, that's too far. I need to switch that out. You need to go there and then 2 over, like so. There, 2 over, like so. Yeah, don't worry about small stuff, so no worries. You can call me whichever part of the name you like. One, I can promise not to laugh when it gets messed up. I certainly won't get us. Yeah, that's good. Then I know. Then I know. That's really good. That is going to need to be a path signal. Block signal. Path signal. That's a block signal. Path signal. And that is going to be a block signal. Then I want another block signal. There. And there. Alright. This should be correct. Let's do a T-bend. Just throwing this together quickly here. That should be right. Okay, 81. I think we actually have like a comic strip, something like that here in Sweden. What's it called? 88, 91. Like there is like the 81 or the 91 or the 88. Like I don't remember, but it's like Swedish like military humor, like jokes, pretty much. That's just a birth year, yeah. Yes, I am born in the year 281 BC. Haters will say I lie. Let's see here. There. That's one line. So to make this easy, is that correct? It is. That means this is where I put that, and then it's gonna be the same for every other. Like so. Are they aligned? Yep. Alright, gonna go read some before sleep. Have a good time, XPK. Thank you so much for hanging out in chat. Like I said before, it's been a while. It's always happy. I'm always happy to see you in chat. And have a good joke and a good laugh and see more cat pictures. You know, that makes Empress very happy. She does absolutely adore cats. I think it physically pains her to not see a cat for more than like 5 minutes. But yeah. Oh, I built too many. Well, now I do have all the like floor holes that I need. All right. I'm gonna need 1, 2. Did I miscount before? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. How many cars did I put on this thing? Oh, fun fact. After the last time we discussed Wheel of Time on stream, Reddit started to force the Wheel of Time subreddit on me, and now I'm thinking about rereading. Okay, I will see you guys. See you in like 6 months when you reread it. What's this? Okay, I have 3 platforms too little. How did I? Okay, this is a very, very clear sign that my medication has stopped being effective. I have read it like 7, 8 times, I think. Like, I don't remember exactly how many times. It is so good. Absolutely love it. There. Great. 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 And then, what would that be? 1, 2, 3. Do that. I'm on the Timothy Zahn Icarus series right now. It's pretty meh, but I have a principle of not abandoning books unless they're absolutely unbearable. I am like the kind of person who will spend like 4 hours picking out which book to read, but I've also only ever picked out like 2 books that I ended up being like, I shouldn't have picked this one, I didn't like this one. When it finished the Wheel of Time, I think got to book 5 or something in that range. Okay. That's the, yeah, I was just gonna say, you've gotten to the slog. Or is that the slog? Let's see. Book 1. There. Let's see. Here's my problem, XPK. You gotta help me around the Gathering Storm. Yeah. I mark the start of the slog from when Perrin is trying to free Fail. That's from when I count the slog. Yeah. Farm is book 4, right? So yeah, then that's perfectly fine. Like, I completely understand you, like, I wouldn't sit down, like, if I were to reread them today, I wouldn't sit down and reread them. I would listen to them on audiobook. It's what I've done the last couple of times that I have gone through them. So yeah. And I can do that, like, if I'm if it's a new book, I have to read it to pick up what's happening. I can't just listen to an audiobook and then be happy, right? But if I have read it before, I can listen to it on audiobook, and that's, like, for me, equivalent way of experiencing the story. But otherwise, it kind of just float away. I'm gonna do this, damn it. So yeah, I need to put it in you guys again. agree with that. But I completely understand if people don't have the patience for, like, I understand if people don't have patience for most like old school fantasy, like David Eddings, Robert Jordan, like even to a certain degree J.R.R. Martin, that kind of stuff. Like, I completely understand if people don't have the patience for it. For what it's worth, even though the middle books are slow and pretty uneventful, in the end, all those seemingly unimportant and pointless events get tied in together so nicely. Yes, 100%. Something that, like, Jordan and then Sanderson was so good at with the Wheel of Time books was the payoff. Like, the riddles left the whole, like, hey, you're not gonna get the answer to this kind of attitude to some things I love. And then by extension, the like foreshadowing and the, like, certain things that you're shown that is like it hints at, you're just like it almost like cosmic horror level. Yeah, you're just a speck of dust in the universe. Your comprehension of what's going on is so low as to be insignificant, just as your life and your impact on this world. Like, this entire adventure, the entire plot of the books is just, like, you can't even comprehend how tiny it is in the scale, like, large scale cosmos. That whole thing, like, is shown so well without lore dumping or being too, like, either expletive or too strict with what information is given. It's perfectly balanced. Who wrote the Icewind Dale books that you say you hate? I love the game. I have the game on Steam. Robert Salvatore. Oh. What else has he written? I might have read some. Like Robert. Oh yeah, Robin Hobb. That's that. That's a divisive one. Like, people either love Robin Hobb's the Assassin's Apprentice, or they hate it. That's a really, really good series in my opinion. To a certain extent, like, while he's more R.A. Salvatore. Oh yeah. Have they written something else? I don't know if I've read the Icewind Dale books, but I love the Drizzt series until they turned him into a paladin in nature. Oh, he's the guy who made Drizzt. I love Drizzt. Anytime I unlocked him, I played a lot of Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance. Anytime I unlocked him, played the crap out of him. But yeah, sometimes it's like, what I get a sense of is almost as if the writer got bored with, like, part of their personality or something, and just went like, nah, I want to put a twist in so that I don't get bored with the character. And then they, by extension, like, do a character assassination, or they just betray the character. He's written some other series, but I haven't read them. Okay, yeah. But yeah, like the old school fantasy authors and the way that they wrote compared to more modern fantasy, I completely understand that people who has read modern like Brandon Sanderson books, or they have read like J.R.R. Martin's more recent stuff, or they have read any of them like modern fantasy, I completely understand because they tend to be like boom, there's action straight away, there's always something going on, there's like boop 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 boop. Like to a large extent, like I'm not saying that's for all of them, but Terry Goodkind, Sword of Truth, yes, love the books, absolutely detested this TV series, but I very much had a, how do I put it? One, like, I wanted slow burn, like, and to this day, like, to a certain extent, I hate. It's like I'm like the Doctor, like Doctor Who, with the whole like I hate when things end. I hate that things have an ending. So a book series like um, Wheel of Time that like to a certain extent like seemingly has no end. Love that. Oh, that's one too many. One, two, three. That's a long boy. This here is to make sure that it keeps the same speed in uphill, which we have a lot of. Very nice. All right. There's 7 here. Two, 3. 5, 6, 7. Have you read like censored Missin's Broken Earth series? No idea. No idea if I have or not. A lot of the books that I read, I was like, I looked at the cover and was like, this looks cool, and I read it. Didn't know the author, didn't know the book's name even. I just went like, oh, this was like book 3? Shit. And then I picked book 1 and I read through the whole thing. Because I just consumed everything. I read the entirety of War and Peace in like 7 days. As a challenge, but nonetheless, I did it. It's written from the second person's perspective. Is that even possible? Okay, like that. Yeah. Okay. No idea if that's actually second person's perspective. Like, I was given a lecture on this by Empress, and basically my any notion that I have of like second person's perspective was wrong. So I could only point out one instance. Second person narration is a little used technique of narrative in which the action is driven by character ascribed to the reader, one known as you. Okay. Yeah. That sounds weird. I don't know if I could get used to that. Like, honestly, I don't know. I'll leave that. I have so much limestone at this point. It's extremely confusing until the very last of book 3, but the books themselves are very good. Alright. Yeah, no, and here's, like, and this is a problem for me that I'm trying to deal with. I genuinely never, like, nowadays, feel relaxed, at peace, and have time enough to read. If it's anything, it's audiobooks. But even then, barely. And it absolutely fucking sucks. Because I love reading. Two of the 3 books got Hugos. Nice. That's cool though. I can't concentrate on audiobooks. I either listen to them and walk into a pole where I just ignore the book and pay attention to other things. Yeah. I think it's largely dependent on, like I said before, if I have previously read the book or not. I can listen to the entire Wheel of Time, no problem, on audiobook and like follow it along. But if I haven't read it before, I end up in the same situation. Like, I will either only listen to it, I will sit there and do nothing, or I will start doing stuff and realize 2 hours later that I've missed 2 hours of the book. You know, it's a dilemma. Plus 3 years of the war haven't helped my ability to focus much. No, dude, can you imagine? Like, I've not been in a war zone, but like, my first knife fight, I was 9 years old. First time someone had a gun to my head, I was 11. Not a environment conducive to focus. Absolutely sucks. But you've made it this far. Like, you've made it here. You're here today. I can just hope that things end up well for you guys. That's about it. I can't do more. Yeah, one day at a time. I am going to end the stream here because I am exhausted. And I've set up the station here, like on the train, of course, and everything. Yeah. So you wrote appreciate it. I'm like, I could just say that I have all the sympathy and empathy. Just feel like crap because I can't really help. But yeah, we have set up a few train stations. We brought in a bunch of copper ore. We've fixed the coal. We're gonna get the last copper and a bunch of other resources here for future use. We're not gonna be using nearly, like, we're maybe gonna be using half. No, not even half of the iron we're bringing in. So we're gonna be bringing in. So it's gonna be a lot of future use. It's been cool today. Love to have you guys here. It's been a really active chat room today, and that makes me feel really nice. We've also had a lot of viewers. There's been a lot of people on Twitch. There's been a lot of people on YouTube. And if you are on Twitch, remember to follow. If you are on YouTube, remember to like, subscribe if you haven't, and I'll see you guys in the next video, in the next stream, wherever, or in Discord, which you can find down below. And if you want to and can give a little extra to support, then there are links to Patreon down below as well that you can support from $1 a month, which goes a long way to supporting the channel and making it self-sustaining. Now, I need to go sleep. I am exhausted. Thank you so much for being here. Love you guys. Have a great one. Bye.